What Content Cop is, this is iDubbbz's
Oh,
old
yeah.
show that he did at a time when I think people cared about YouTubers doing evil. I don't think people care as much anymore. Like I think most people have just most people are just like, yeah, this guy sucks. Okay, whatever. Like there's a lot that has taken place in terms of call out culture online that I think is very interesting, where drama slop tubers basically try to do content cop style videos nonstop. It's already being brigaded with dislikes. Yeah, I suspect that they will immediately, 'cause he has iDubbbz has a lot of old fans that hate him now because he has talked about how in the past he did a lot of reactionary stuff that he's not proud of, that he's actually apologetic over. And so all of his like old fans that thought that he was like rabid racist or whatever due to some of his libertarian attitudes towards king slurs, yeah, and taking accountability and growing up and changing his attitude, that is part of the reason why a lot of his old fans despise him, is they hate that he matured. They hate that because I think it just like reflects poorly on those people that have not matured. I mean, that's going to be like one of the things that people get mad at him over. But then also the fact that he did this on the fact that he brought back Content Cop after years and years of not doing it, after saying that what he did on Content Cop, especially with like a lot of the reactionary stuff that he did, was bad. Bringing it back and doing it on Ethan, who he for a very long time was good friends with.
Speech is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the thing in our defense, like actually Hila's not a baby killer. Actually accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment
More
group
reactions. React, we on react, on react.
that anybody who says anything, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one.
Sorry.
It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go
I forgot
back.
to update the stuff. That's so politics.
It's so interesting that like this is probably nostalgic for so many people in this audience who probably were
Yeah, me.
major iDubbbz fans and possibly even Ben Shapiro fans at that time, and now have
Yeah,
become
no
fans of
Ben
mine.
Shapiro though.
But
He always
I
kind of annoyed
never
me.
really watched any Content Cops. Like I kind of knew about it because everybody knew about it, and I'm sorry for pausing it immediately. But like for me, I don't even get the nostalgia aspect that you guys have. So it's just like such a strange phenomena. I was in high school. I'm a teacher now. That's crazy.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just in here streaming, restreaming and stuff. Because I want to watch videos, but I also want to talk to chat. And because the sound's not on.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome Podcast coming to you
Triple
live
react.
from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles.
That's
We're live
how
on
I
Boys,
reacted
Girls, and MBs.
too.
I'm having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I finally done it.
Would've
I
done that.
watched Ethan
Yeah, I
Klein's
would've done it just like that.
Content Nuke. And I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do, because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything,
You
including
bunch
my
of-
glasses.
all
They're
of 'em.
fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
This is no welcome retreat. This is a nightmare.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
Me.
Ethan, wake up. Wake up. Soon 21? Just wake up.
The radio.
Wake up.
Wake
I'm
up.
sweat.
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, Chad.
The same. Nobody's telling you to wake up. Ooh, yummy. I love
I'm not gonna react. So funny. Yeah, he was like, "What? He ate my mic." The game audio's a little too loud.
Alright.
I did not
I
know
don't
he did that
plan
with my
on making
microphone.
a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta
I was
be
thinking the
because
exact same
I
thing.
lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who attacked first. My good friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go f yourself.
I agree. Alright guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's
Build
fun,
system.
sometimes he's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast,
He is crashing out
Maybe.
live.
I just expected
Also, I'm sure
better.
this is all gonna get clipped, and I love that I'm looking like this for all this.
At least I don't have black hair.
I am not gonna watch this. All right, we're
With
watching
Hassan,
the
let
content.
them.
now.
Live on live
They
on live on live
would mostly
react.
talk
I
about
just-
surface
it's
level,
whatever.
progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh no!
God,
And
okay.
it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally
Beautiful.
is.
Was just eating the toppings, and the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn
I
victims.
think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image. Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the
Oh, I can
Israeli
write it.
cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli, she served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
I gotta.
So this massive progressive audience
Love
that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it
Oh,
not
I am
on
so
leftovers. He's now
sorry.
talking about it
I
on
didn't
his
realize.
podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these left
like mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society.
It's gonna
I
be
can't
like
wait to
a
show you
little
guys.
like
The other
laggy.
day,
I'm
BB
sorry.
fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lee, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse. Dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the
He's always
video.
bullying.
Evil, hateful. And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no? Did I not go there?
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally
That's what I always
thrown
felt bad
a
about.
joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this tweet. It's stupid. It's not a petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but sometimes you gotta just throw something out there.
That's crazy that he just like drops that I'm evil and I'm doing anti-Semitism, that it's not a petty beef. Like, what a crazy statement, dude.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word, he said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese, and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and f***ed up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My good friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the f is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait.
Anytime I see new clips, I'm like,
What?
come on, bro. Why are you saying these things? It's just, it goes back to stupid, sexy Hassan every time. It's so strange. It's a strange thing to do.
That's what I'm. Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you've said and done, and I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good friends who I stood by after all these years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless, I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm crazy.
I don't think I've seen him go the distance on this stuff, but like that's crazy, man. That's how does no one around you go, dude? What do you mean journalists are like actively gaslighting you? Holy, it is truly a historic crash out in the sense that it's ironic because like he used to make fun of Tim Pool. Tim Pool has that famous clip where he's like, nobody wants to date me. Is it my fault? No, it's everybody else's fault.
See, that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's
Definitely no.
And he used to fucking joke about that all the time. He used to use that all the time to make fun of Tim Pool. How does he not see that this is literally that? The fact that the crew hasn't done anything is borderline negligent. I don't think the crew can do anything, dude.
Ethan has
That's
a
what
wife.
I'm like. I don't think they can
He's
even
feeding
talk to him at this point.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here.
Seems
Like,
maybe
yeah,
a little.
people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized.
Or she's
That was
been
actually
taken by
like
it,
the
you know?
number one
Sometimes
type
you
of
just get
harassment I
on
got
emotion.
was people gaslighting me and
And
taking
honestly,
my
if they would,
newfound
like,
woke
say an apology
ideology
and, like,
to
say
its
sorry, like,
extreme.
hey,
I've probably done and stood
donate.
by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by
you
them
know?
when all the internet hated them.
Just
I don't
need
like
to
that Ethan brought
realize
this
that
up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like
Things they
you know,
say
we're
do
just
matter.
meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this:
no
I don't
longer
think they're
gaps and goofs.
any friends of mine.
It's real
And
life.
certainly, I don't think they're any friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order.
I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't gonna cheer that on. That's
Why
disgusting.
do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of
Never.
Satan?
Disgusting.
And
It's a
I
piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't f with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet, unlike Ian and Anissa, who are keeping to themselves. Also, why the f does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole thing.
It's true.
Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, cause like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not?
This also doesn't make any sense because, like, I actively avoided talking about Ethan for a year when he apparently was doing a bunch of this stuff. He was apparently having not the best takes about Israel, as Israel was pummeling Gaza. And people kept bringing it up, and I was like, I don't care about what Ethan has to say. I defended him over and over again. I don't expect anything transactional out of this, but it's crazy that, like, for me, I cared more about the issue at hand and not necessarily the drama amongst content creators. So there's an entire compilation out there somewhere. I think it's like 8 minutes, sorry, over the past 16 months. The first, like, post leftovers year from November 2023 all the way to November 2024, pretty much, where I'm like, I don't care. Remember, Ethan is not your enemy. Ethan is not pro-Israel. Because I thought that he wasn't. Like, I thought that he was maybe internally conflicted to a certain degree, given his proximity to Israel. I thought that he had an attitude that was significantly more critical of Israel than what it has become. And on top of that, I recognized that there is a lot of anti-Semitism on the rise. And I think that Ethan, as someone who had experienced a lot of the anti-Semitism online, was unable to parse through the actual progressive fans that he had that were telling him, not from an anti-Semitic perspective, that what he was saying was Zionist propaganda that is pro-Israel propaganda, and the people who were just being anti-Semitic and saying, of course, you're a Jew, that's why you believe these things. I recognize that. I understand that. There are plenty of Jewish Hasanabi heads in this community, many of which had a different opinion on Israel before October 7th, many of which that went through those motions. That's precisely the reason why I had Simone Zimmerman and Noah Colwin on the broadcast. Noah is obviously, as you guys know, a great friend of mine, host of the Blowback podcast, fantastic podcast about American foreign policy and its consequences. I highly recommend it. But I watched the Israelism documentary, and I had Simone on as well, alongside Noah. And the reason why I did that was because I wanted to help other people that had been trapped in this internal conflict to see a way out of it, to be able to recognize the social conditioning that led them astray. And I think it's been relatively successful as well. And yet, after all of that, what did I get? Over and over again, just smears, collaborating as Ian showed here, collaborating with a community that has haunted my ass and has tried to turn me into a lolcow, knowing full well what kind of harassment I've withstood from the sex destiny community. He went around and he got clips from them to prove a point to his audience that no, Ethan and his statements on Israel wasn't the reason why progressive fans were leaving him behind and calling him a Zionist. It was actually me. I had brainwashed his progressive fan base. I had brainwashed them with my, I guess, stupid, sexy Hassan ways. But I was a truly evil person and a secret anti-Semite. Fucking insane.
Did you know there are 6 causes of body odor? And Secret fights them all.
I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Man, like just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us.
It's
We're
not
not
mean.
gonna run
Wow.
to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one f***ed up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new.
Is there no concept here of like the output? Is that not even remotely important or interesting to the subject matter? It's just something that I don't
Here's
understand
Slam.
at all, where they're like, oh, everything that we say about Israel is just, you can't have any difference in opinion on it, because if you do, then you're anti-Semitic most likely. You're doing it in an anti-Semitic fashion. This is the major point of contention. Content creators have a finite amount of time online. What you do with that time and what you do with that platform and what you do with that influence matters. And
Yes.
if all you do in the limited time that you have online is to constantly attack pro-Palestinian content creators, undermine them, demand that they get deplatformed, okay, call them anti-Semitic terrorists
Ew.
over and over again, yeah, of course people are going to be like, yeah, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, especially when the backdrop of this conversation, when we are all living in profoundly privileged conditions here in the Western world, in the United States of America, in West Hollywood or Bel Air, right? Like, we are incredibly privileged, and this entire conversation revolves around like your own personal feelings about how people don't agree with you. Like, it's just unimaginably selfish. It's so goddamn self-centered. It does not make any sense, especially when the backdrop of this is a live streamed endless sequence of child murder. So much so that Ethan made it such a joke that he would just be like, oh, there's a genocide happening. How can you do this? There's a genocide happening. Like that, it became a punchline for him. He started referring to Israel's genocide as nothing but a punchline. The genocide card, he said. The equivocation here of like them defending Ian and Nisa and then expecting the same in return also doesn't make sense. Because Ian came out and said, I f***ed up, at a time when he didn't need to do that at all. He could have just pivoted to like maybe centrist content and then later down the line maybe some more progressive content. If it was disingenuous, if this change wasn't real, if this change wasn't organic, if this change wasn't real, he could have just as easily kept doing right-wing content. That shit pops off. We all know what the internet looks like, especially with the 4chanification of Twitter to begin with. He could have kept farming it, but he had an honest change of heart. And in that honest change of heart, he came out and recognized that he should apologize for his past mistakes. And he lost a big chunk of his fan base as a consequence of that. People became active haters of him. He had nothing to apologize for because of his apology. It is not the same situation. Standing by your friends in that regard, if you agree with the decision that they made to apologize, is an entirely separate situation than like actively crashing out on every single small, large content creator that's fucking pro-Palestine, trying to get people fired, trying to get people deplatformed, trying to take down an entire platform while you're on YouTube. Like, it's just crazy that yeah, of course, there's no equivalence here. There's no equivocation to demand unconditional support in this situation because I stood by you when you made a brave choice to fucking apologize for your past mistakes. Suing people for Reddit clips, getting your lawyer to demand insane things out of college students that are operating anonymous Reddit accounts, thinking that there's this massive conspiracy that you will uncover if you engage in frivolous lawsuits against people who cannot defend themselves against those lawsuits, and you know that they can't do that because you can bury them in a mountain of paperwork and know full well that they don't have the finances to be able to defend themselves in a court of law. That's crazy.
Friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know. Yeah.
Which I'll show.
Denims
is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service live.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends with them, then you're saying what they're saying.
Yeah, I think this kind of shows that they have a skewed view on what relationships are and friends are.
Was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit. That's literally looking out for them.
Pure.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person, like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. It's kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything.
He got apparently real mad at Steiny too for having me on his podcast.
If you were my friend, you wouldn't even have had him on. It wouldn't even be a question.
I'm just letting you know, and maybe he fooled me, but it seems like that guy actually
did fool you.
At this point, maybe not at this point, it's different, but it seems like he actually genuinely cared or cares about you.
That episode's coming out tomorrow, I think. I don't know.
I get it. You guys
I should watch that.
You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and you know, blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore.
Then
but that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't.
Okay. Do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Like they say something like he doesn't work for me, and I.
That's the other thing is just like it's so aggressive.
They just
like
this
is
couple
the
of
method. It's the tested and true method to just constantly do this. This is how you churn out content, where you just discard people, real people. Sometimes people that are in your life. It just feels so crazy to do this. It feels like you don't care about human beings as human beings. And it's all toys to play with that you can just cast aside and discard like a piece of trash. The issues themselves don't matter. People's belief systems don't matter. Everyone is a piece of content. Anyone and everyone can be discarded, cast aside like it's nothing.
I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that
it makes me think of your behavior since you started being a Twitch streamer. Yeah. I famously did this all the time, over and over again. And don't famously hold on to relationships with people who are literally doing that to me, regardless of how vicious they might be, with the hopes that I can change their minds. While my audience yells at me and consistently tells me that I am a loser who doesn't care about real politics, but instead wants to defend his rich streamer friend. What are we talking about? People, unironically, in my community, yell at me all the goddamn time. And the people that I started this stuff with, including my best friend in the real world, okay, that I brought onto Twitch, Will Neff, whose girlfriend, Caroline, I've also known for almost a fucking decade, are now content creators that have their own communities on top of everything else. But besides that, like, Austin, who I have a podcast with, like, these are the people who I started this journey with, and our friendship has only grown throughout these years. I don't want to have conflict. I don't want to have drama. Drama, while it's great for clicks, right? Awesome for the algorithm, takes away from the actual goals that I have here. Cutie being left out here, that's true. I got smoke for Cutie right now. That's why. Who's Cutie? I don't even know her. I can't even joke about stuff like this because people will like clip this out of context and just like post it and blast it and brigade everything and anything that I've ever been on, you know what I mean, to prove a point where it's like Hassan has transsexual relationships, look at him, you know what I mean. It's like, no, of course I love Cutie. Like, for the record, I did this with Aiden Ross until it was impossible to salvage. I did this with XQC until it was impossible to salvage. There's a reason why, outside of like classic quote-unquote villains online, there's a reason why you won't hear this kind of attitude from many other content creators, and it's not because I have them under a web of lies and gaslighting and fucking, you know, mind control or whatever the Ethan might suggest. That's not the reason. It's because I try to keep to myself. I did it with Nick Merckx. I try to talk to Nick Merckx directly when I saw him going down this right-wing path. Notice how there's one thing that is the most consequential aspect to all these stories is their politics. It's their politics first and foremost. That's the most consequential aspect, because at the end of the day, as I've said this, and I did this with Asmongold too, at the end of the day, what I care about for content creators in particular that have massive communities is their output, what they are putting out there and what they are influencing, what they are normalizing. And even with Ethan, I didn't care about any of the shit that he was saying, but the reason why I obviously started talking about it was because after a year of sneak disses and smears and whatnot, he very clearly put himself out there as someone who was pro-Israel. Like, he does what he was doing. And he chose to do this at like 12 months in, a year into a genocide. It was a political disagreement that I had, and I tried to stick to the issues on that front too, and not the petty grievances. Chatters still try to bait me to this day. They're like, oh, look at this tattoo, look at this, look at that. It's like, I don't care about that kind of stuff. I care about what he says. I care about what any content creator says within the finite amount of time that they appear online, what they are presenting to their communities, what they're advocating for. That's it.
But she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go f yourself.
I agree.
Go f yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the f do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself, in terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to.
My one gripe with not just this community, but the online life as a whole, is the almost reactionary campus attitudes to people. Your charitability is the #1 takeaway I have. It's the reason I believe what I believe. I have a friend who was a counter-protester last year to our campus protest and is now pro-Palestine within less than 1 year. Your charitability is the best thing I've learned, and it's never too much in my opinion. Yes, that's it. Because I recognize that no one is born with a fucking copy of Das Kapital by their crib, by the baby's crib side. No one starts off, especially in a country like America, or even in a country like Israel, a settler colony. Both of these countries, in their inception, did genocide, ethnic cleansing, ethnic displacement. There's a lot of similarities between America and Israel, down to the connection to the greatest evil historically, the English. No one is born, quote-unquote, woke. I certainly wasn't either. So I understand that it takes time. Self-reflection, self-criticism. These are difficult things to come by. So someone has to be fucking charitable and not constantly be like, you've said something that I consider to be a microaggression. You are the greatest evil of all time. I think it's like a lot of people do that. And I even understand why some leftists do that. The reason why they do that is because they're sick and tired of constantly having to be on the defense. I get it. But you're being charitable to narcissistic content creators. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. You're doing it. You're doing it right now. I'm not just charitable to narcissistic content creators. I'm charitable to everyone. The f are you talking about? That's my point is that this community is 42,000 people because of that. Do you understand? It's because of that.
Yep.
It's because if I were constantly calling everybody white nationalists, white supremacists, racist, which is what right-wingers say I do all the fucking time, ironically enough. If I didn't assume that people could be charitable and go on their own journey of learning and development and change what their belief structure looks like, then I wouldn't do what I'm doing. The entire purpose of what I'm doing is to cause people to maybe reflect on previous things that they consider to be unshakable foundational truths. This is what it's all about, and that's precisely why I maintain this level of charity for content creators as well as I do to chatters as well who want to learn. Now, of course, in that process, there are people who catch me when I'm pissed off, or there are plenty of people who try to abuse that charity to come in and say, just curious, why are you a piece of shit terrorist anti-Semite? Just curious. Like, you're not f***ing just curious, all right? And of course, I yell at them, and there are hours and hours of compilations like that, right? But having said that, the overwhelming majority of this community, if not the damn near entirety of it, all the way from when I had 35 live concurrent viewers to 35,000 live concurrent viewers, have had at least one issue that they've changed their minds on. Half of you motherfuckers that are yelling at me for not being for being far too charitable don't realize that there was a point in time when if you had spoken out about a thing that you had firmly held convictions on, you would wish that I'd be charitable to you as well. That, I think, is my superpower in general. I have a firm commitment to constantly trying to have people be charitable to me because I understand that that is the only way. That is the only way I can get people to second guess what they believe is the truth, what they've been socially conditioned into believing. And many of you who have taken advantage of that and have grown because of that, because this was a welcoming community to people who truly want to learn, to truly see a different perspective, you then turn around and don't fucking repeat that kindness to others. It's ridiculous. And the reason why I understand why people have reactionary attitudes is because leftists will literally constantly talk about social conditioning in a white supremacist, racist, transphobic society that we exist under, and then they get shocked when motherfuckers reflect that perspective. Of course. What do you mean? If you recognize the impact of systemic racism, you have to also understand that motherfuckers are going to be kind of racist without thinking about it. Like, what's the expectation here? Of course they're going to be racist. That doesn't mean they will stay racist. If you think people are intrinsically evil and racist, and there's no way to change that, then why the are you even trying? Like, what's the purpose here? That you're just slotted into a position at birth? You're just going to be a Marxist-Leninist, a card-carrying communist, and this person is always going to be a liberal who's a racist. Like, what are you talking about? That's not how human beings are. That's not how you are. Always look within and analyze the changes that you have had about key issues that you now look back at and recognize how differently you thought. There are people in here who used to be Ben Shapiro fans. There are people in here who used to be Steven Crowder fans. There are people in here who used to be Destiny fans. There are people in here who used to be Ethan Klein fans. Would you want everyone to constantly reduce you to who you used to be? No? Then you recognize why you have to be charitable to others. This is why I always tell you, be normal.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really f***ing shitty.
Yeah, so go f*** yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so f***ing obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say, like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted, and I feel defensive, and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you, and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We hate racists races.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk.
This is also the other problem is like saying that you are defending Israel after 16 months of genocide, and that is a byproduct of Zionist ideology, which is a fascist ideology, is not anti-Semitic. You cannot, like, there's a difference between people that fucking yell about me all the goddamn time and people who compare me to Osama bin Laden. One is Islamophobic, and there's not really much I can do about it. Who gives a right? I mean, we live in the post 9/11 universe. It is what it is, right? The other is people hating me for a multitude of different reasons. If I were to constantly run around and be like, oh, you guys are being Islamophobic, you guys are being Islamophobic. When people go, Hassan, you have a Porsche. You've leased a Porsche while you're a socialist. What the f is wrong with you? And I was like, that's Islamophobic. People would laugh at me. At least categorize why people have their disagreements with you. You know what I mean? Try to figure out exactly what this is. It's not always about anti-Semitism. You know what I mean? Yes, I've leased a Porsche, goddammit. Ironically enough, he went and bought the same Porsche after, and now he fucking runs around talking about Hassan as a wealthy hypocrite socialist.
Something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? If you're, isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever, and it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like,
yeah, this is a civil rights violation. If you don't defend me, a podcaster who constantly chirps about Israel, if you don't defend me, this is a civil rights violation.
Not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same...
laughable thing to compare yourself to. Jesus Christ.
The thing, to bring it back to the song, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely, harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for saying
But that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're, you know, they're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses, don't have giardia, whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a it's not my business.
Also, people disagree with you, Ethan. A lot of people do, as a matter of fact. Not only do they disagree with the way you go about dealing
Curious
with
deposit.
issues, but also people disagree with your overall sentiment. They disagree with your opinion, and it's not in an anti-Semitic capacity either. Some of the people that Ethan has deplatformed are Jewish. Okay? Like the Arabs podcast. He called him a token. A person that he tried to get fired from their Good Mythical Morning production job. Matt Leaf, also Jewish. Like, what do you mean? It's like you don't care. It's not anti-Semitism at all. It's just me. People don't like what I have to say. They must be anti-Semitic. Like, what a fucking silly way to approach reality.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles.
Ethan
That's the
brought
whole
up how
point. That's
Sam
what makes
Hyde-
standing by your principles.
Ethan brought up how Sam Hyde broke iDub. Some of his chat likes Sam Hyde now. Dude, that is crazy. He made Sam Hyde look good, Lemafayao. We love Sam. Just because we hate Hassan and iDub doesn't mean we like Destiny and Sam Hyde. Who's Sam Hyde? Sam got him, Lamau. Sam's gonna eat this up, lol. Sam is too smart. Lol, Sam Hyde W. Is wild. Is wild because, like, if there is a real rabid anti-Semite in this equation, it's not me. It's not iDubbbz. It's Sam Hyde. He's literally a pedophile Nazi, okay? Not only is he a straightforward Nazi, he's also a f***ing abusive pedophile. And this motherfucker is like, he doesn't have issues with that because, like, Sam Hyde hasn't said anything about him personally. It's just so simple. It's what you see is what you get. If you criticize Ethan, okay, recently, if you have something to say about Ethan recently, no matter how gentle you might be initially, you're the fucking worst guy, all right? You're the worst guy on the planet. You're the biggest anti-Semite on the planet. If you have something to say about Israel or Ethan's takes on Israel, oh God, that is the highest stage of anti-Semitism you're gonna arrive at. You could be a literal fucking neo-Nazi. He also said Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me when I was coming up. He's just a little crazy and potentially a Nazi. Yeah, I'm a rabid anti-Semite terrorist. Sam Hyde, who is an out and about Nazi, is potentially a Nazi. What is happening? How can people not see that this motherfucker doesn't give a shit about anti-Semitism at all? What do you mean potential?
Principles admirable is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me.
Hey, real life friends with Andrew England, like, who gave to his defense fund. Like, get the fuck out of here.
What are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's up. We're gonna want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the...
No, he's mad about that too. He literally, ironically enough, maybe iDubbbz is not aware of this. I remember this. Ironically enough, after brigading the Trash Taste, the Brigading the Trash Taste podcast, so did Asmongold. Asmongold did that as well. He turned his crosshairs on Theo Von. The irony, of course, was that Theo Von had literally one day before me, and I did not know this at the time, had Candace Owens on, and he thought that he could get Theo Von to look at me as an anti-Semite dangerous terrorist when he had Candace Owens on. And Ethan didn't give a f about Candace Owens being platformed by Theo Von. He was like, Hassan is being platformed by Theo Von. Does Theo Von know how much of a dangerous anti-Semite he is? Yeah, make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting terrorist-adjacent creator. Do you not care at all about how you look, man? Like, think about that. Think about that, bro. Like, this right here is, there are a million examples of Ethan demonstrating that he doesn't give a f about anti-Semitism at all and only has this like personal agenda towards people that have said, I don't like what he has to say about Israel. He's just lost in the sauce. He's defending Israel, right? He can't stand that shit significantly more than he actually cares about real anti-Semitism. That he turned around and got mad about this and not about Candace Owens being on the Theo Von broadcast. Like, like it's so transparent. You don't have to be the smartest Ethan Klein foot soldier to recognize the inherent irony right here. Also, 1 minute ago, Jesus Christ, dude, screenshot from 1 minute ago. Holy, I know his ass didn't actually clap that himself. He definitely got it from his subreddit that is actively now a hunting ground for other subreddits, as a matter of fact. So, you know, a lot of crossover with other subreddits there.
The world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on...
Yeah, that's... yeah, I didn't even realize that, but yeah.
Us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
So,
I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't with him. You're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with.
Oh, Chad Felix. Oh, Felix is gonna love this one. Oh no, dude. Felix Mogg. Oh, dude. Maybe Ethan will finally talk about Felix. I know he's been begging for it. He wants this so bad. Oh, yeah.
Although he's sniffing around.
This guy Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody.
Yeah, dude. Classic Canary Mission ass behavior. Ooh, someone has said something mean about Israel. That's what Canary Mission does, right? And they're like, well, gotta get him fired. For Ethan, it's not just about Israel, though, obviously. It's more so about his comments about Israel. God forbid anybody makes fun of Ethan. God forbid anybody has a disagreement on with Ethan. Holy shit, dude. Time to find out where they work. Get him fired. It's crazy. Yeah, he brought on Boner Box because people were like, hey, Ethan, we're in your fan base. We are pro-Palestine. Who can we watch? Like, this was a demand. People were like, who can we watch that's like a pro-Palestine content creator? And he was like, here, this guy, Mr. Snipe Job himself.
That wants to kill my wife or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic. And he interviewed a basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits
just to make a little base near it.
I want him to know that
if I could trade shit with him,
you're being a piece of shit, and we're gonna call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want but shit. Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you.
Shit, he
I
pressed
see
that
you out
shit
there,
so
you
much.
cockroach. You'll be living with your.
Dude, I think this button compilation also shows like the attitude change as well. The way he has like changed over time, not just like because he got physically healthier, right? Like I'm not talking about that, but mentally, like where he's at.
Parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please.
That was fine. Yeah, I don't think it was that.
That was fine.
Big a deal.
Hey.
Of all the things that
Anywho.
it always surprises me what you think, Cross.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he could change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Hila were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets.
Think?
So I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
What?
For that? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on top.
Wait, so where
also,
is it?
the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or
what
make
is the button about is when he says something f***ed up or says something that he's like insecure about. He just described it. He just hits the button, and then because the stream is on a delay, it basically erases that part of the stream. It cuts the feed and it feeds you just like a sequence of cutscenes instead, and it wipes 30 seconds off of what the stream, or 20 seconds I think, off of the stream.
It seemed less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling threats now?
Yeah, this person's being ableist when they use the terminology that him and his community has started to use, you know, and anti-Semitic possibly. I'm surprised that he didn't hit the. I'm surprised he didn't say it was anti-Semitic.
All victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
You are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you f me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, treat me like a idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone goblin mode over way less.
Yeah, what's crazy about this is like he started doing this to people that weren't doing that to him.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, you know, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a podcast. Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way,
just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word, and so.
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns.
And all these people. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm
no.
not yelling at you. I'm just. Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I didn't know it was Korean. I asked if Koreans are POs. God.
Something I never hear anybody bring up is how Ethan mentioned your guy's old podcast that he was starting, the H3 Industrial Complex, but now DMCA's people. Yeah, for a brief moment, I think Ethan saw the Hassan Eclipse Industrial Complex and my attitude towards IP and thought it would be beneficial for him as well. And I think it would have been beneficial for him as well, but I don't think he cares about that anymore. I mean, he's shown that he is willing to copy strike people for ridiculous things, like copy striking a Redditor for posting a clip from his stream. Like, there is just no I don't know what to say about that. That's just like the most ridiculous thing you could do.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use, they get access to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday.
You guys, like.
All right, I'm taking my hand up. What? Okay, well.
Heard all that.
Thanks, button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button f***ed him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button f***ed you? AB f***ed you? Who f***ed you? You f***ed yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that
type
photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that.
Old Spice deodorant. #1 aluminum-free brand.
However you book your flight, first check Kayak to search and compare flight
No,
prices
don't
from
do
hundreds of
that.
sites to find a great deal.
No, not that.
God forbid. Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
like
your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily. In the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the f*** up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about Bad Empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest.
Yeah, if it was just him.
I assume he won because he kept repeating the false information that Hezbollah
Would have been fine, but like if you got people like that don't want to listen to something like that, you know,
he was making
they're
it
like
seem like
actually
Hezbollah had an air force that he killed
more a part of it.
500,000 people minimum during the entirety of the Syrian civil war. And the only reason why he was even talking about that was to quote unquote dunk on me. That's the other thing. That's what's so crazy about it. He didn't give a f about any of this shit. He just thought that this would be a cool, like, I got you moment. And basically everyone that understands anything about any conflict whatsoever was looking at it like, no, this is wrong. But it doesn't matter because most people don't know anything. They just think big scary terror guy doing big scary terror things, so they don't actually scratch the surface of this information and try to figure out if Ethan has any veracity to these claims whatsoever. Ironically enough, my position on Hezbollah in Syria has nothing to do with my conversation about why Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated and how it was not justifiable to begin with, alongside thousands of civilians in Beirut, by the way. That's what's so crazy about this whole process. Like, he wanted to find anything that would make me look bad. Like, that's what's so pathetic about it, if that makes sense. Like, this is shit that I care about, and I know that to a certain degree it's stuff that Ethan cares about as well. At least, like, to a certain degree, managing the conversation around Israel or talking about anti-Semitism, like, these are things that he cares about, for sure. But the issue is, everything comes back to petty grievances and drama with him.
Or that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin Mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 Goblin Modes to 1 too far. Demon Mode, let's call it.
What makes Demon Mode different than Goblin Mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like CEO of Twitch, and be
pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, anti-Semite, there are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
Just the most oblivious person on the planet, dude. No self-awareness. No self-awareness. Bro, one of his fans showed up, rolled up to Dan Clancy in public, and I think, like, I don't know what the they were asking him. I forget what the clip was about. But he literally posted it on his Instagram story, encouraging his fans to do this kind of thing. The only other time I've ever seen this happen was Destiny, when Destiny encouraged his fans to come at me personally, and Sam Hyde, ironically enough. They went up and they were like, why did Ethan Klein get banned? The CEO of Twitch was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he posted on his Instagram story. He was like, this is a brave journalist. It's so shocking.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Seder, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Seder, at the Majority Report. I respect them and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the...
What? In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to...
Yeah. If you want to know, because he said it was anti-Semitic. I told you guys. My text message to him that he never responded to on Thursday, October 24th. Thursday, October 24th. The last text message I ever sent to Ethan Klein. I read it on stream before. I'll read it again. I don't know what happened over the last couple of months, but I'm trying this as a last resort. I don't think you see me as an honest person at all, but I really think you should talk to Sam Cedar privately. You clearly respect him a lot more than you respect me, and he has lived experience. This, of course, in reference to Sam literally going to Israel, becoming an anti-Zionist over the years, changing his attitude towards Israel. That's lived experience. This isn't about debates or drama or clips out of context. I have always admired and defended your open-mindedness and willingness to change your worldview. So I hope you will do this. In spite of everything that has happened, I hope you're doing fine. I hope your family is well and the crew is good. Also, not that it matters, but it was wild to see you using a clip titled Hamasabi from a Destiny community account in an unlisted link. He never responded to that. And instead, that was on October of last year. Think about all the things that he has said since then. No, not 2023, 2024. That is when he was already calling me a terrorist. Over his extended crash out, he has unironically done shit that ended up hurting him in the long run too. Like, they pushed actively to get a politics tag alongside Sex Pestany and that other freak, his Lieutenant Commander Dan Saltyman, working with literal congresspersons trying to get me banned before the election with no real reason other than pure malicious intent. Like, these guys don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. What are you kidding me? They say anti-Semitic shit all the goddamn time. They actively try to get all advertisers to pull out of Twitch. How insane is that? You're hurting thousands of content creators at that point. Like, this was also in broad daylight too, until a Bloomberg article written by a fantastic reporter basically revealed all of this targeted Gamergate style brigading, this relatively sophisticated brigading campaign, and then they had to delete all this shit. And there wasn't a moment where I was like, I'm being gang stalked. You know what I mean? I didn't fucking run around and lose my goddamn mind. I just kept my head down and just kept doing what I do, which is ironic because that's what I wanted Ethan to do from the beginning. Just stick to the fucking goofs and gaffs, man. You're hurting yourself. You're hurting yourself in this process. You're the shadow of what you once used to be. You know what I mean? You're killing your own audience in this process.
Tell you, this is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences.
Yeah, random streamers with their country tags got their ad revenue removed and banned creators for a month before an election, forcing them to lose tons of money too, yeah.
As people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking bitch.
Okay,
You're right.
I'm
I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
Curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
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 I feel like that it's for the girlies even. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
Can he never say a bitch towards a woman? 60%, yes. Jesus Christ.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports
Hear them?
basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was
Here, some
already
soda.
getting uncomfortable with our partnership.
You know what's funny? This is where I realized he was being disingenuous, because I was like, is he actually a baby? Like, does he have a baby brain? Does he have a child's brain? Where I was like, these are my politics. We had a politics podcast for 2 goddamn years, so clearly you know what my politics are. But maybe he's just a baby brain person, right? Like, fine. Maybe he didn't understand what I was saying when I said it to him. But then I realized in one of the clips that I saw of the context puke, where he actually talks about the first time we ever interacted. It was his podcast where I walk him through the steps of my America Deserved 9/11 moment, and he was very understanding. But in that podcast, where I also talked about my politics of what I believe, like social democracy in the interim is good because it marginally improves the living standards of all American workers. It's a good thing, but that's a short term. Obviously, in the long term, I want this entire system to change. And that is you might disagree with that. You might say I'm a revisionist. You might say that's not going to happen. You might be a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist vanguardist, whatever. Fine, okay? That's not what this point is. The point is that I was having this conversation with him, describing to him the steps of democratic socialism and how you arrive at democratic socialism and what my worldview is. And there was a bunch of socialist ass shit behind me when we were having that conversation. In the context puke, Ethan clipped that to make an argument about how I was actually a liberal, left-leaning liberal. He clipped his own podcast interview with me where I had a bust of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and a USSR Ushanka, like, prominently featured behind me as we were having this conversation. He cropped it because even he had the wherewithal, in my estimation, to recognize that if he were to show that, people would go, dude, you're having a conversation with a guy that you thought was a liberal and he has Lenin behind him? That makes no sense. So either he did that deliberately in an effort to massage the truth a little bit, or he got it from someone else who had the wherewithal to do that and duped Ethan.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a f***ing program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the f***ing leftist program. You did.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Get out of here.
Right on time. Stay in the know from your dock to their door.
The only thing they could duck is a guy.
You did. You made what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's like, oh, you groomed me. As a 38-year-old adult, you groomed me into thinking that you were just a fucking liberal. No, the reason why he had this attitude is because he thought if he posts fucking context puke as is, he can maybe convince other people, he can maybe dupe other people into thinking he's the victim here. that he wasn't fully knowledgeable of my worldview that I actively told him over the course of 60 plus fucking episodes on a podcast that ran for 2 goddamn years, a political podcast that ran for 2 years to a 38-year-old man, because he hopes that his audience will watch that and go, oh my God, he is the victim here. Oh my God, maybe I'm the victim. Maybe Hassan actually lied to me too. And then he fucking slapped on a compilation of me saying I hate liberals, ironically demonstrating why I hate liberals in the process. It's like, he hates you. You're a liberal, he hates you. You're a Democrat, he hates you. He hates you. He hates Democrats.
Comments, and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Now, to be
you didn't know I was radical?
clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together. Because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more.
He did. He did. You know what's funny? Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find the first ever Ethan Klein.
This notion that like we're all gonna become millionaires.
By the way, Lenin, Che Guevara, USSR Ushanka, right there. Where was it? I basically described in great detail.
Ooh, what is this?
How ISIS formed, how it played a
historical
how the
data.
material condition played a formative role in like radicalizing so many people into insane positions, like completely unjustifiable positions, while also describing the concept of blowback to Ethan, and he totally understood. Or it wasn't even ISIS. I think I was talking about Al Qaeda too. But no, I'm fairly certain I talked about ISIS as well. And it's just like he got it then. And this is the first time we ever talked. So what happened?
When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No.
Isn't this also a Sam Cedar bit? Where they call Ben Shapiro the Pope of the Jews? That's Sam Cedar, right? For kind of this reason. That's why they always joke about Ben.
A person that represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever...
It's in the Constitution. What are you saying? How can someone so aggressively try to defend Israel and be so oblivious, dude? That's crazy. There was a whole law change in Israel. There was a nation-state law that dictated that Israel was a nation for Jews, by Jews, and only for Jews. I'm paraphrasing. Every aspect of Zionism, from its inception, even though it was created by secular Jews, atheists that didn't give a fuck about Judaism at all, knowingly and willingly have entertained the notion that Israel is for the Jews, by the Jews, and it is for Judaism. It is in everything that Israel does. It is a false conflation. Why would you say this while also simultaneously claiming, well, all Jews are Zionists, so when you say Zionist, you mean Jew?
I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel is just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go, like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent.
Yeah, I ironically covered this all the way back in 2018 with Noah Colwin, especially because none of my thoughts on Israel were ever hidden. Ethan knew my thoughts on Israel, I suspect. He must have.
Present all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents
Active
anything to do
potion.
with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of the...
Also, they do that. They literally do that. That false conflation is actively egged on by the Israeli state. Not only is the Star of David in the flag in and of itself, but besides that, there is no reason to put Star of Davids on the heads of Palestinian prisoners that they kidnapped. There's no reason to get tanks to draw Stars of David in the Gaza Strip. There's no reason to prop up a menorah in the middle of the Gaza Strip as a symbol of conquest. Why are they doing this? You can get mad about it. You can be like, oh, how dare you? This is anti-Semitic, which is ironically at the root cause of the IHRA debate. That's why Ethan himself has, at moments, and I've heard him say this, talk about how, oh, people just substitute the word Zionism for Jew because all Jews are Zionists. He says this himself. So he's making that conflation himself.
All of a sudden, they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're gonna need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded.
Chat,
they ask
sorry.
permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy's like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it. Because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right? Hog?
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they are white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like, Hassan, okay, actually, he's Arab. We love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how, like, mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist!
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm...
Boo! Sabra hummus is dog shit and BDS, but also mostly just dog shit. Yeah, Ethan tried to say that Love Sabra was actually loves Jews, and I didn't even know this as the expert of anti-Semitic dog whistles. Even I didn't know.
A memory
that Sabra
fragment.
also meant
A
cactus or Jew
multi-sword.
born in Israel. That's what it was. I don't think a single person knew that when they said love Sabra. They were talking about Sabra hummus, which is dog shit, you know? That's it. But Ethan did that classic thing that everybody loves doing, where you just think that no one is capable of making jokes. And perhaps for Ethan, it's hard to discern when someone is making a joke because they didn't falsely smear someone as a pedophile. You know, that's the only type of quote unquote jokes that Ethan makes. So it's confusing to him. He's like, is this actually a joke? I don't understand. Why is nobody defaming another person randomly for a minor disagreement?
I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is f***ing Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is fluffy.
Sabra. Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and
So
eat it.
trying
It's
to
not
look
the
for that
best.
thing. I know
The
it's
problem
like
is with
around.
Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine eating a whole vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist. Yeah.
It's crazy that after he collected those scalps and in the process yelled at an Arab Jew that was also on that panel and got him banned too, and then subsequently called him a token, which is anti-Semitic. How dare you not unconditionally support the apartheid ethno-state? You must be anti-Semitic. Like, what the is wrong with you? Then he does this victory lap where he's basically like, yeah, I hate Sabra too, actually. You are not allowed to hate Sabra. He made a fucking video about it where he was like, Sabra is in the fridge of every Israeli Jew. What the it's our national pride or some shit.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle, and Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score? A perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best.
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best.
Who got it?
Dead.
What's he done? It's insane.
Apology.
Oh no.
He's inclined, you guys. Oh my god.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And
should have reviewed his N-word apology. Does he have an N-word apology? I genuinely don't know. I actually don't know. Wait, are you guys setting that up to be like, nope, that's the joke? Oh, okay. Well, my mistake.
I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying. and you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score 10. I said, hey Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discreet apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior.
When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stopped. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, you know, he changed YouTube for the better, and I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. Like it's really hard to be on
Hassan's just eating
online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more hold up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
Goddamn. Cinema. Where's yours? I didn't do one. I'm glad that other people did. Rogan did, but you didn't? Yeah, I didn't. Partially because I don't think it would have been helpful. The reason why I don't think it would be helpful is because, and this is what I told iDubbbz at the time, I was like, listen, I've made my position known in terms of wanting Ethan to get better, and I've said it so many times that at this point, it literally is just repeating the same thing that I've said over and over again, and that I don't think he will ever view it charitably. Like, I just don't think that he will look at that and see it as productive. Because in spite of all the things that Ethan has done, I still want him to get better. I still want him to, you know, take some time off, really reconsider what he's done this entire time and get better. I have maintained that level of charity to this day, and that hasn't changed. And some people even say, oh, you just want him to get better because you want him to stop talking about you. And it's like, yeah, there's a level of self-interest there for sure. it doesn't really matter. Like, Ethan trying to tarnish my name, Ethan trying to come after me, has demonstrably not worked. He's not the first person that has decided I have a political disagreement with this person and I'm gonna do everything in my fucking power to constantly call this guy a piece of shit and make my audience hate him. This is my entire career. I'm a leftist online, dude. I'm live 8 to 10 hours every day. Of course, I open myself up to attacks just on that alone in perpetuity. It's not new. Ethan will not be the last person that comes after me and kind of loses their mind in the process. So, yes. And Steiny asked me this question as well, ironically enough, on the podcast that we did. And I said the same thing there. I wish him well. I don't think that all of this stuff that he's engaged in is good for his mental health. And it feels like it's so bad for his own personal mental health that, like, it unironically is visibly deteriorating him.
You know Harbor Freight for affordability, but
I don't want no Harbor Freight.
You see,
More like Harbor Fraud. Ooh, actually. I love the other guy. I love this guy so much. Playlist. No, it's just...
It's fur, but god damn it, I need it. Dude, Jigger, what's your call it? The Spinema thing.
I love these.
Receptacle tip, rather changeable tip for curling your toes. You will not find this in your wife's bedside table. However, you might find it in your buddy's. Tool what does everything ain't no good for anything. In this case, it's fantastic what for making fun of. What kind of a moron would buy such a tool?
Gotta run some Lumex for a fancy dancy hair shaving, you know, on the legs, light in the niche there. Every 12-volt LED. And gotta get into the wall. Over. Got no room for nothing, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Unforeseen turn of events, the problem was between the steering wheel and the driver's seat. Sticker and bull low.
As so frequently happens when casting a disparaging eye, and absolutely certain this is pure, unadulterated garbage, turns out just wasn't looking at it from the right angulation. This thing is fantastic! Look at how close that is. You get right in those dirty, greasy nooks. A couple half dozen things you're gonna hate, one or two you're gonna love will go over. Fellow is gonna admonish me for having a high quality M2 HSS tool steel twist drill.
Gotta get that tool steel.
Bedecked in drywall dust. Partner, when you're arsed to ream a bung, you gotta run what you brung. Now this is a screwdriver, not an impact, so it rotates, there's no impacting. Not nearly as quick as a driver. The chuck is 3/8, so 10 millimeter. You like to see a 1/2 inch chuck because, you know, you just need a slightly larger hole and you gotta go grab a different tool. I've been using the hell out of this 90-degree one.
I have 17 right now.
Cabinetry. You know, some jackass invariably puts a screw where you can't get at it and then promptly strips it. And, listen, this real tight clearance one, I haven't used it yet, haven't needed to. Been getting away with the 90-degree. But this guy, you know damn well, if you didn't have it, you'd need it. Now, I fully acknowledge using it before taking it apart is a crime against teardowns everywhere, as admonished by the illustrious Dave Jones of the EEV blog. Don't take it apart, take it something. However, you married men in the crowd, bet you that's an M10, will recognize sometimes it's easier to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. Yeah, my kingdom for an M10. No, a Torx 10. Had to get digging through my drawers to find my going to town bit. They're expensive, but at least you can find the Jesus things. The cheap ones seem to go missing quite a bit easier. I'm sure there's a bit of human psychology involved there. Well, have a gander at this. What you make of it? See the fasteners all shiny on the end.
I love the fasteners.
Either the coating is crap, but you see,
it's stripping right into
all
the metal.
Way through. They didn't just dip the head of her in. They're coated on the end too. So that means that coating wore off. And they are tricoidal, as you can see, because they're still black here and they're shiny here. So that is reaming its own hole, or rather it's threading its own hole in the casement. So this casement has either got to be very good plastic or lots of glass fiber in there in order to wear that coating off. We haven't seen that before. I wonder if the holes are too tight. And it's fucked. On the plus side, I found the correct screw on account of that shininess in the graveyard of fasteners under the workbench. We're in. Well, it's brushless. Ah. First clue. It's fuel. So that's why they're trying to make it as compact as possible, and all of the control is in this dingus end, what hits everything. I would much prefer, however, from this tactile switch, which is just affixed to a board. Wow. I would much prefer to have an actual ka-chunk switch here on the trigger. Just every other tool has that, and you get a kind of muscle memory. So now when you want to reverse, you got to think about it, and then you don't know which direction it's going, if it actually changed direction. Yeah, very tight design. It's all wrapped in there. Yeah. Oh, you can see some of the wires are pinched.
I'm trying to find that.
Oh, that is. There's not much room in there. Taking care to make this as compact as possible is witnessed by the light pipes for the LED indicators. Here's the main light shining in your eyes. Here's the battery indicator light with a light pipe. Side, so these LEDs actually light up the side of the light pipe, I believe, and then shoot out to where you can see them. Let's just have a quick move. Shine out directly from the board, and they have to go around a 90-degree turn. Get in the indicator. That's what that light pipe is for. There's the motor field, tiny little bearing on the back side of this. And the Hall Effect sensor board goes into the brain box. You see the brain box has a nice heat sink, just aluminum, punched out. If anything's going to crap out, it's going to be these brain boards. Seems to be pretty much invariably the failure mode. Small little bearing on the front side of the rotor as well. See if we can't pull that through. The motor rotor, 4 poles, 4 DC magnets in there. You'll note there's no balancing marks where they take material off in order to dynamically balance this. Maybe they haven't. Maybe they've decided they don't need to in order to make the warranty timeline, and it eventually just rattles itself to death. Slightly more premature, cost benefit, right? These guys are building stuff down to a price. There's the trigger switch, no bellows, no chunk. This would have a potentiometer on it that feeds back into the brain box. But look, and it's a no-name switch. There's not a physical lock for the neutral. There is a forward-reverse action built in, what's not being used. Here's the gearbox plastic gearbox nylon TA66 and 50% glass fiber reinforced. I saw it on here. There we go. 50% glass fiber reinforced. Focus, you fuck. Yeah, high quality nylon. Don't really want to take this apart, but because I'm never sure if I can get them back together. However, for the sake of clarity, I guess we oughter. I just hope nothing goes springen. Or rather, plan for the worst. Everything will go springen, but we'll manage to find every single piece. And that is under spring tension. Oh, okay. So here we have the clutch mechanism. We're giving you more or less torque. And here, a little copper-coated steel spring. And that is the detent for the clutch mechanism. It's got quite a nice, robust, snappy selector switch. I'm not sure how this works, but we'll keep building up clues. We'll keep taking it apart. We'll figure it out eventually. This is threaded into the casement. This plastic, white plastic nut is threaded into the casement. And it's reverse thread. And as you turn it in, that would increase the spring tension. The springs bear on this little plate. Okay, well, and another clue. You have these pins in the gearbox. So what does that do? It's like peeling an onion, layer after stinky layer, till all you're left with is tears. It's onion. There's some pins. Pop out. I believe should be able to split the case. A little gravity assist here. Okay. Nothing novel here. It's essentially a drill chuck. You have these pins bearing on these roller balls, well, these hardened steel balls, and they have to overcome. They bear on the outer race of this planetary gear set, and when they have to overcome this ramp, that puts the gearbox in neutral, and then it's got some space to run before it comes up against the other stop. So essentially what you're doing is you're up and over into neutral, and then it's not doing anything until the ball is not transmitting any torque until the ball hits up against this ramp. And if there's too much torque, it overcomes the spring tension, pushes up and over the ramp, sends this into neutral. You don't get any torque throughput. So that is how the clutch is working. And then the speed controller, the transmission here, slow or go, it just controls this outer ring on the primary side, while on the input side of these stacked planetary gear sets, and you engage or disengage a ring gear in order to get more or less speed out of it, more or less torque. More torque, less speed, more speed, less torque. Get her back together to make sure I mess something up, and then I'll take her back. What was that?
It has to be like around here.
Come on, sports. The wiggle. Just the wiggle. Yeah. I don't remember it being like that. Handling this chintzy little directional switch. It ain't no good at all. It has been recessed, so you can't accidentally hit it, but it's recessed, so it makes it more of a pain to actuate. Yeah. No, You know, I slag on Milwaukee a lot. Just mainly what irks me is the tribal, you know, fellas. Milwaukee. Makes me sick up in my mouth a little bit. So I'll take a piss out of that, but they did a real nice job optimizing the design for this. It's super toy, but it all goes together good. That means that they've taken some conscious effort for ease of assembly. The ease of assembly means you're less likely to get a crib death because somebody pinched a wire or something. It doesn't take much to get to 80%. To get that last 20% or that last 1%, it takes so much effort. And they've actually put some good effort into this, except for that Jesus tactile switch. Right. Beauty. Oh. Ah, beauty. Goofy looking. Got the look of one of them Festool installation $800 tools. You know what? Ew. That doesn't sound right. Oh, that's better. Just needed to wear in. I'm gonna show you the best part. What kind of a sadist car painter, cabinet maker, puts fasteners where you can't get to it behind all kinds of plumbing and so forth? It's almost like they put the cabinets in before everything else. You too can be a cabinet maker. Get on your knees. Bend over. Here it comes. Oh, yeah, almost there. Done. Oh, wait. Time.
With Dunkable Bites on every slice, Pizza Hut's Cheesy Bites Pizza is the perfect pair for our ranch lovers' flight.
For cozy mysteries and thrilling dramas, Acorn TV is your partner in...
Gentlemen, welcome back to the shop, and another treat especial. The bumblefuckery continues. We got a Shmoo squirter, a lot of magic, what for old guys with sour, dirty dick beaters. You get to a certain age, do judge me. You need a Marilade. You got a hot young piece of gear, needs some Shmoo squirted in a dirty old hole, and makes it easier when a machine can do the work for you. You know what I'm saying? We'll get in without further ado. Oh, look at that. Hot knives. Prudence, look over there. Open-toed shoes. That ought to get your goat. Fick dich. Mill fucking.
Good.
Oopsie. Oh, it comes in its own carry bag. I ought not have done that. Now what? Yeah, fiddling with the zipper. It's been as long as I have zippers. You got to get the zipper undone before the main event. Sometimes it just happens on its own. Oh my God. Why you no come?
Let's see. We got a trigger event here.
It's absurd that you would rely on a human being's behavior to ensure that your gear is properly lubricated. As a human being, that's exactly what a lizard person would say. No, it's not. We get trained not to say that. It's idiotic that you would make someone crawl into some dirty old hole in order to give it a couple pumps of Shmoo. And it's invariably the most difficult one. All the ones that are easy to get at, all the Zerks, all the grease fittings, what are easy to get at, gobs of grease. The hard ones, where you gotta send in your triple jointed Filipino 90-pound buddy in there, those are the ones what don't get lubricated, and lo and behold, those are the ones what prematurely fail. Some poor old mechanic gotta get, now these are invariably covered in schmooze. So the butylene overmolding here, this rubber, no fucking good at all. And it ends up blistering and so forth. You'd be better off just with hard plastic. However, it affects the greebling and the marketing wanketeering. You gotta look like a space pistol, you know what I'm saying? So this is a grease gun, max operating pressure, 10,000 pissies. Now to my mind, that's a little bit, yeah. This is beautiful though, the maximum operating pressure. That doesn't mean that the operating pressure is 10,000 PSI. It just means that on the label, they have said that the max operating pressure. Let's do an idiot check here.
Yeah, let's go to the Halbert.
What is that? That's going to be about 60, 70 thou. So millimeter and a half effective area on this hydraulic system. So pi r squared for the effective area. That's 70 thou. Half of that is 35. Squared hot 36 times 10,000. 36 pounds. So you got to hold this on with 36 pounds, which is actually entirely plausible. I'm just saying, if it was too much, you know, if you had to hold this on with 200 pounds, it's just not gonna, you know, you're not gonna be able to reef that on there. So actually that 10,000 pounds is plausible. But to my mind, a typical pump action would only be but maybe 4,000 pounds. I believe we tested it before. Got the gland end off here, foreskin peeled right back of her. This spring is critical because the grease is so viscous, it will not suck into the pumping element. It needs to be pushed. So this spring, critical, backing, low durometer pistone, that actually pushes the grease into the pumping element. We got her locked back here. Now this is not new news, but news flash. The guys what are at the Confuser designing this thing have never actually used a grease gun, as witnessed by the plastique on the end. You just got to put in some pot metals, some aluminum, something threaded on there, staked and threaded so it doesn't unthread. But speaking of threads, the thread form on this, bloody atrocious. Why? It's so fine and it's razor sharp starts, and then you got to turn the bloody thing like 6 times to get it to tighten up. You change that. That's a low-hanging fruit. You change that to a Higby easy start thread, Acme or something, and then two turns, and she's tightened right up. That's a low-hanging. Give this thing a chance to at least last a season or two before it gets thrown right in the bucket just out of sheer frustration. Or maybe
y'all got a fucking bucket?
Actually want it to be used for any length of time on account of they don't get to sell more. What do they call that? Planned obsolescence. Now the body, the cylinder where the grease tube goes, steel and anodized. It's been ground on the OD, likely ground on the ID. It looks more maybe like it's been abraded, wheel abraded or bead blasted or something like that. Pretty fine texturizing, but it has been galvanized on the inside.
Must be the
whatever reason, you know, it's going to be covered in grease. Chances are it's not going to corrode, but they have galvanized it. And I give you a couple little breaks here as a tab in order to stop this prevent this from rotating, so you can get the back end off. And then if you don't actuate the even if you actuate the tabs, because of the structure of it, the plastic on rather polished surface, there's not much friction there. If you really wanted to clamp this, you would have the tab so that it was actuated sort of a band
and I'm gonna
brake,
build a base
and that way you get
next
a
to
far
it.
more effective braking movement than just clamping like that. You know, like clamping like a gear clamps a lot harder.
Oh, I'm clamping.
Than just pinching it.
I'm clamping.
Betwixt the between.
You clamper.
See that? But that's just to help you out if you don't want it to come off the front end.
I'd do anything.
Surprise! We got a dog.
Aw, new pet? Let's go to PetSmart. We've got literally anything you need. And
Did she
make
just
life
kidnap
easier
that
with
family?
AutoShip, so you never run out. Huh. PetSmart, anything for pets.
It'd be interesting to get in here, because we can use this hydraulic pump as a hydraulic pump. it doesn't have a relief valve. So the only relief is, I guess, the brain boxery telling it it's over chooch.
Chooch.
Why is it that the T20 always goes missing? Helps if you loosen that off. We'll get into the clamshell here. No, maybe not. Oh, there we go. Now, the thing that strikes me right off the hop, the utter absurdity and ridiculousness of having a 2-speed grease pumper. I guess you want to go slow, then fast. And we got the NSA tracking tag there. It's actually not. It's a magnetostrictive strip. What gets negated by a magnetic pulse. It's two little reeds essentially, and they tingle at the right frequency to set off those alarms.
Yes,
paleontological. If they haven't been hit with a heavy magnet, magnetized. The speed controller, beautifully North American, goes all the way to 15, not just 11, but 15. And I asked our German viewers why some of the German tools only went to 6, why that was. And they assured me it was on account of German ladies as opposed to North Americans. 6 comes before 9. Moving along, we see that this is the Canadian tactical version with the black flippy up part and the rifle sling. That's all that does, flip up, and then you can put your rifle sling on there. Wholly illegal in California. And the switch itself is just one of these little tiny tactile switches. However, real heavy detent. Nice snap action on that switch.
Oh,
but it is
it's on like a
quite a
plateau.
crappy switch. And the trigger bottoms out on the case of the switch. It actually seems quite stout, but you'd prefer the switch to bottom out on the casement rather than the switch itself. No mitigation for the ingress of dust. So the switch itself, it's a Marquardt brand, good name brand, but the application doesn't inspire confidence. You see physically the size of it, but also it's a 125 volt rated switch, 16 amps. And the problem with running AC switches on DC is that AC goes through 0 60 times a second, so it breaks the connection automatically, whereas DC, you have a whole bunch of angry pixies and they don't want to stop. Is rated for 120 volts, which peak to peak would be peak to 0 would be 170 volts AC switch, but it doesn't really matter because what we're worried about is breaking that current. So this likely is only going to see maybe 8 amps or so, and we'll be able to check that if we can get some numbers off this motor and maybe check the inrush current. But I would suspect if and you had a failure, the first thing to check is this switch. Despite their discongruous heat shrinking routine, they've done an excellent job of soldering those. Spared no expense on the soldering, no flyaways or nothing, and lots of actual solder in there. Moving along the pixie path, we will very cursorily take a look at the topology of this driver board. Smartly, they've added an LED. That's the one thing that you do not get with a manual. You don't get any light. And this is very cleverly designed right into the board. So a lot of times you'll see a tool and it's got a secondary board. There's a good cost savings here in reducing the bill of materials count. If you don't need to make another board, router it out and so forth, it's a lot better to have it on the main board. You see the brain box is a Texas Instruments, sort of spun up just to drive motors, and a couple of international rectum fryer MOSFETs, same part number, in a, looks to be a totem pole configuration. A little through hole capacitor there for some filtering, and no heat sinking whatsoever other than the vias on the back of the board. So a lot of times on these things that what's got to switch a lot, we'll see copper or aluminum heat sinks, but in this case, they've just gone and put them on a board, what's got holes through it, vias through it, and then a big heatsink plane in order to drop that down. Of course, this isn't a what you call it, a brushless motor, so there's not that much switching. It's either on or off, and there's no speed control. This board has some conformal coating on it. That is a surface layer of plastic to keep the big bits of conductive material, fluids out. It's not here at the top. Of course, they didn't want to conformally coat this tactile switch. I assume that is for turning the light on. And then on the back side, surprisingly, instead of a potentiometer, a cheap potentiometer, it's an actual detented switch, rotary switch. That's a nice little switch there. Silastic applied to the board randomly. I don't think there's any componentry under there. It's just, yeah, why would it be there? When you dig up that Silastic, all that's under there is a resistor, or no, an RT. So this little thermistor is simply, it's sensing the amount of current going through the MOSFET. Well, it's sensing the heat generated by that current, and then sending a little signal back to the brain box. If it gets too hot, it shuts down. You'll note it's only on the one MOSFET. It's not on the both of the totem pole. It's just on the one. The motor is a good name brand, Mabuchi. Big old flux ring on there. Steel is real. And it's a brushed DC motor with a sintered oilite bushing at the back. The front of her appears to be the same. It's a nylon, glass fiber reinforced nylon bayonet style stab and twist front flange cover in order to index into the planetary gear set. If we have a look for this part number, we will likely find something very similar, but maybe not this particular part number exactly, on account of framing, you fuck. On account of, they might spin up a special number just for big customers like Milwaukee, so that you can't go directly and buy it from a third party. You have to go through Milwaukee to buy it. So we'll just look up this number, and that will give us an idea of how well sized this switch is. Recall 16 amps rated at 125 volts VAC. That AC makes a big difference. Of course, for DC, you have to underrate them because it's not crossing through zero. Lo and behold, we have that self-same number. We actually have the exact part number, and have a look at this. Speed 21,000 ripplings at no load, 2.8 amperes. Then at maximum efficiency, a little bit more load, lower speed, is drawn 20.9 amps. So if I were a betting man, I would say that that switch is one of the components what fails, for one of the electrical components, what fails first, because it needs to break all of that load. Yeah, and the output at max efficiency, 300 watts, and then it stall. All she'll suffer. She'll draw 156 amps. Of course, the battery's nowhere near that capacity. But it's interesting to see how much that stall torque is, which means that inrush current is quite high as well.
Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them somewhere you'll never find. Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations, and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned. Reese's.
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
Beyond the obvious question of why you would need a 2-speed grease gun, we're going to see how they do it. I guess the obvious answer is to squirt quicker. But the way they do it is on this gear housing, there is a ring gear. So we'll go through This is a planetary gear set. It's planetary because it looks like planets. The sun gear is the pinion. It drives the planets. The planets are affixed to a planet carrier. And this is an interesting little feature. The planet carrier actually has external gears what mesh with the ring gear. So what we're doing to get the 2 speeds is we're either engaging on that planet carrier against the ring gear, locking it, or we're moving it out of the way so the planet carrier can spin quicker, and then the planet carrier has affixed to it the next gear set, sun gear, and then it goes through another reduction. Of course, you need quite a bit of torque. These little motors don't put out any torque, but what they lack in torque, they make up for in speed, much like my buddy Duclaw. Where are we? Where's the rest of the gear set? This is not going to go well if I'm already missing that. Oh, here it is. So here's the rest of the gear set. Again, sun, planet carrier, affixed. So it's a triple reduction. Look at that. Triple reduction. The planet carrier is the sun for the next stage. All that's doing is turning this offset crank. This crank, it's all metal injection molded parts, so sintered and then cooked together. It's an offset pin, so as it rotates, it changes rotary motion to reciprocal motion. And then we have a 5/16 rod here, maybe 6 millimeters, something like that, going into a sealed housing. So here's a Buna N double lip seal just to keep the schmoo out. That would be called a wiper. And I bet you the sealing itself is just done through the fitment of the case and the viscosity of the pumped fluid being almost like a non-Newtonian fluid. Well, it is. In some instances, it is non-Newtonian. That is, it behaves as a solid and as a liquid. You put a glop of this on the end of a hammer and then smack the hammer on something, you're wanting to get it in the face. That reciprocating dingasan to and fro is what's actually pumping your fluid. You can see here's the output manifold, here's the housing here, and in betwixt the two is a little inlet. That's how the grease can get in there. Yeah, there we go. So the piston is completely retracted out of the outlet cylinder. And we can see here, this is the purge valve. So if there's an air leak, you open this up to allow the spring force to push that grease and pack this area. It's interesting in this gearbox, interesting question mark, that the gear change mechanism is the only plastic bit in a while, the housing of course, and this would be highly reinforced with plastic or with glass fiber, possibly glass ball, but more than likely glass fiber. And it's interesting that the gear change mechanism itself, that ring, is also plastic. So I ask you, what do you think's gonna happen if you mistakenly hit the trigger and while it's going, you change gears? Got our half words back together. There's just one last half of the magnetostrictive strip. And I notice here, very nice molding. However, the material on the outskirts is SEBS. It's TPS SEBS. SEBS is styrene. It's styrene at the end of the molecule. You take blown, what you call it, foam, you know, packing peanuts, any pink insulation foam, and you put a mark with a Sharpie on there. It melts away. So I ask you, is this going to be any fucking good at all? And I will say that SEBS is really good at adhering to PA6, that is nylon. It's good for that. However, what it's terrible at is resisting lubricating oils, gasoline, any kind of solvent like that. Absolutely terrible. So I'm gonna use my prescience here and tell you, if this is used in an industrial setting in about 3 months, it's gonna be flapping in the breeze like a crack horse piss flaps. Ought to be charged it by now. Just a little wee one coming to kit. CP 1.5. I don't know what the CP stands for. Probably nothing good. Is it pumping? There we go. Oh, I see what that's for. That gives you a measured amount. It's not the speed. It's how much. Oh, now that's pretty fucking brilliant. Oh, yeah, that's brilliant. Because you tell them it needs but 2. They'll put it on 4. Oh, yeah, what did I say about that strain relief? Fuck. First Zerk I try, son of a... Okay, that's gotta come off. Old Forky McForkface in Danger Orange. This has not been greased since its last paint job. No, yeah, that Zerk ain't taking anything. There you go. Next time you walk past your piece of gear you're paying 10 grand a month payment on, and you see iron shavings and sparks shooting out of the pins, at least your operator got a proper excuse. I would have greased it, boss, but I didn't have a battery. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, look. So you got the light. That is a nice feature. Also, contrary to that, however, the more complicated it is, the more fucky it's gonna be. You know that a grease gun is, you're invariably fighting with the thing. It's not like working with, it's like bringing your enemy with you when you gotta use the thing. And now you got a more complex system, you got a brain box in there and so forth. It's not just a matter of being airlocked and taking this and fighting with this and friggin' farting fucking around. Now you got to consider, oh, maybe the battery's dead, maybe this, maybe the connect. The more I set to thinking about this, metering is a fantastic idea. You don't got to count to, you don't got to count to 2 as a 2-pump chump myself. That means a great deal. That is a fantastic feature. One thing I don't like, also the whip is good. Automagic, you don't got to pump. That's kind of nice. On the con side, you need a battery. Batteries don't really work all that well in the cold, despite claims to the otherwise that at minus 18 she gives full chooch. I think that's on the box. Minus 40 ain't no fucking good at all. You got to stick it down your pants to get it to work. That ain't no fun. Thread form on here, garbage. Change it. Plastic tip, garbage. Change it. Switch, and the overmolding, the Seb's overmolding, no fucking good at all. So there are some low-hanging fruit. If you're buying this for yourself, save your arm, probably help you out. If you're buying this for a fleet, you won't get too many sets out of this before you'll be calling Granger or somebody else to come and replace these again. They'll be cracked right half in 2. Also, there is how they don't last that long, but they get runned over. And when you're looking at a $50 fuck up versus a $250 fuck up, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Thanks for watching. Keep your dick in a vice. Terrible, this grease gun design. It's just greasing in general. It's a useless tool. I ought to know. It's okay. I understand. The bumblefuckery must continue. I got shoulders like a broad. Love is a battlefield and so forth. Yeah. Pat Benatar joke? Nobody? Nobody? The godmother of Lululemon pants. God bless her soul. You can tell love is a battlefield on account of her wearing that Rambo sweatband. Where was I? Lululemon pants.
Check it out. Pizza Hut's rippable, dippable Cheesy Bites pizza in Ranch Lover's Flight with 3 flavors is a game changer. With 28 cheesy-filled bites, everyone's gonna be dunking it. The Cheesy Bites pizza in new Ranch Lover's Flight. Get it on the Pizza Hut app.
Welcome to the 100-degree sweat test.
Whoa.
Which one of these two antiperspirants can stand up to the heat? Looks like ordinary antiperspirants can't take the heat. Ordinary antiperspirants can't fight sweat better than Secret Clinical. Try new Secret Clinical Strength Spray.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the shop. We are here gathered today to lay our burdens under the midden heap of the empire of dirt and behold a right holy terror of mass consumerism from the land of the midnight, or the land of the rising sun, where I'm told, under good authority, that on every street corner there are vending machines containing ladies' used under things. A 500 doll hair, single slice Mitsubishi electric toaster. Thanks for asking. Feeling a mite peckish myself, it being between second breakfast and 11sies. Oh, the truth hurts. And it's made for that Japanese bread, the perfectly formed little square loaves. Our options include bread, frozen bread, pixelated bread, FR, which probably is French bread, or
I don't have any,
I don't
like,
know, something else. It's about yay thick,
No.
6 on a scale of 4 to 8. Oh, and now I can't control the, let's rethink this. We'll go thawed, 6. Blackguard, oh, you can't say that anymore, but I prefer my toast British style. That is burnt on the one side with a pat of frozen butter right in the middle. Uh-oh. You got a major malfunction in the conjunction. It appears to be working. Und thou vivet. What the fuck you finger that means? I don't know either, but it's speeding up. Ah, the old Snatch 23. In order to understand the pictogram, you gotta be smarter than the pictogram. She's juicing good and proper. That is steam, mind, not smoke. And the tension mounts. I don't know if you can hear that clacking. Was it the black wire or the red wire I had to cut? I'm colorblind. Oh, beautiful. Oh, steamed you up. You ever gotten fried bread out of a toaster? Huh? It's absurd, and yet, half sack of vitamin B a day keeps the COVID away. Schweinfleisch, from a magical creature, what gives us bacon, ham, and sausage. I'll take deliciously warm and toasty for 500 doll hairs, Alex. Yeah, maybe we'll a little bit ticker here. Kordak. The problem with standard shop units in measuring elapsed time is that they're mutable. I would have figured this would be a quarter beer done, but this one's broken. Oh. Beautiful. Who'd have thought? Baked, not fried. A highly caloric, salty snack would go so well with barley soup. Ha! Just about time for a nap.
Man, barley soup.
Let me just stick this in my mouth hole first. Rather than, let's still play one. Rather than, lots of shut out my sick, rather than succumb to the black dog of my nature and take a nap, I decided to do some work. Now I know what it feels with this voluntary consignment here. We voluntarily give up our freedoms for the good of everyone. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But I know what it feels like to be a full stack developer. I see you. Somebody got to wrangle them pixies, I understand, but trail and Dorito dust like Tinkerbell. It's no greater proof than an anecdote of hygiene hypothesis. Hygiene hypothesis being if you live in a dirty environment, you have fewer allergies because your body is consistently fighting off parasites and so forth, so it doesn't have time to freak out over tomatoes or peanut butter and the like. Absolute 100% believe that, because I went to do some work, broke out in a sweat, my entire body ached, I got blisters on my hands. That's just from looking at a shovel. We'll get this A part here, see what kind of magic it is. I don't think it's microwave. I think it's just resistive elements that heat it up, but the secret is sealing in the juices. That is, it only allows a certain amount of steam out. Now this is a special, this is kind of a different utensil for, or a different tool, what you call that, white good, for the kitchen. But I think we're going to keep it here at the shop because it's in betwixt the between of a George Foreman grill, a toaster oven, and a microwave. You put a hot pocket in that Fathermucker, boy howdy, shut the front door. The absurdity and the irony, so punny, of me going over a ridiculous kitchen counter status symbol in the midst of a pandemic is not lost on me. However, don't shoot, or rather do shoot the messenger. Chris DePrisco asked me to have a go at this. He's of course a machinist, and he saw it on degloving therapy. You know, a bunch of asinine milk toast go over and had to very carefully take things out of boxes and then show their adore. It kind of makes me puke in my mouth a little bit, but hey, each to his own. I don't judge, except them, they suck. We don't get to see very many Japanese-made products. This is beautifully, just from looking at the clean lines of this is beautifully made. Some polyester, polystyrene blend. Polystyrene very likely be in there for the feel. It's quite a bit cheaper, but we're not really, this is a luxury item made in Japan. So we're not too worried about cost. We're not building it down to a price. This polyester blend, polybutyl, blah, 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 blah. Real good for high temp, especially if it's glass filled, but this has no glass filling. We see all kinds of heat shielding here. This is just the input. Well, no. The input 100 volt 50 hertz for Japan, which fits into North American outlets and works just fine because, of course, plus minus 10% on just about anything is going to be okay. Here we have the power input power board pre-famulated in a galvanized, not only pre-famulated, but galvanized amulite. And we got some fiber tape on here just for making the check mark, or possibly for some insulative capacities in betwixt this over here, which appears to be some sort of sensor in there, just to make sure if it gets rattled around. But this is all beautifully made. Definitely made to last a long, long time. We got Omron, all name brand components, Omron, 1 relay, 2 relays, 3 relays. These are 12 volt relays rather than 5 volt. So the confuser would run on 5 volts. It's likely in here. And then they got, yeah, look at this, 12 volt right on the board. So they do have some rectified, very simple rectified power supplies. Looks like capacitive droppers. So very low power.
Yeah,
on
so you can make
the low power DC side.
these
and
things.
they're just
It's a little
switching
awkward.
the mains voltage into the elements. So none of them cheapo ribbon cables for this. Proper cables, all terminated. And it looks like they're multiplexing.
Yeah, that's what I like doing.
Technology
Just
is
building a
advancing,
random house.
but not everyone can adapt to cumbersome operations. Press the button to perform complex operations and say goodbye to the days of
The tactile switch inputs, and then sending PWM pulse width modulated to all of these indicator lights. With the amount of wires, you would think they'd just be driving those direct, but I looked in the viewfinder on the camera while it was running, and they were blinking, and thus blinking lights and means pulse width modulation. So there's the board, and that's just a dumb board. I would have thought the confuser would be on here. Look at all the componentry. Normally you would see on this one, just for cost reduction, you wouldn't see an additional bill of materials part, an additional BOM item, just for some backing. They would affix this directly to the front in order to get the inputs from the user. But yeah, spared no expense. That's polypropylene. Not a very stiff part, but it doesn't need to be, because normally you wouldn't even see this. It wouldn't even exist. I'll get the Forstners out of the Basel Platinum here. We'll have a look at the back side of that board. I wouldn't have thought it'd be double-sided, but it is. Lots of surface mount devices. Now, the back of the board, in keeping with its heritage, is a Toshiba TMP89F something 8-bit microcontroller. We got appears to be an operational amplifier of some sort, and a little MOSFET down here, possibly a diode. You see the markings on the board. Just gonna call out the manufacturer and the designers of this beautiful, beautiful board markings, all labeled. You can see what the component is on the back side, an inductor. We got a relay here. Oh no, that's the coil for the relay. Look at that. Capacitors, and indeed, this is an IC, so it's gonna be a MOSFET. You see, even if they don't have room to label it, they put a cute little arrow in there with a box, see, a capacitor and a resistor or a diode. You know, yeah, it's beautiful. One thing I always enjoyed working on industrial gear from Japan, because if it wasn't right, it got fixed. If it didn't meet the spec, it didn't get fudged, it got fixed. And always impeccably clean, you know, from the paint, no little spatters of paint in the wrong spot. You know, if it got spattered, some guy went over there. If they accepted a job, put it that way, if they accepted a job, they did that job to the best of their ability. No fucking around, it's good enough. They did it to the best of their ability. That was my experience anyway. And in keeping with that theme, we see that this board is beautifully designed and beautifully implemented. Outwardly appearances, we have, hey mister, you want to buy my thermistor right here, or a thermocouple. And then there's some componentry on here, what can get hot, because it's insulated by a mica sheet. We'll see if we can't get that off without destroying anything. As I get into it, I'm getting rather fond of this. It is beautifully manufactured, including the design process. Look at this. Look at it. You want to talk about eye for detail? Apologize for the glare. Just cock your head to the side. Okay, up here, away from the heat, zap strap. Oh, utter fail on the zap strap. Fuck the next guy, turn him to hamburger meat. So that should have been cut flush. That got cut with side cutters, should have been cut with flush cutting side cutters. However, closer to the heat, what I wanted to point out, instead of using a plastic zap strap, they're using expensive, high temperature resistant insulating electrical wire. Copper, no less. I take that back, this is weird. There's a solid conductor, insulated wire, or high temperature rated wire, with a ring terminal attached to nothing at all. Under the petticoat, we have a temperature fuse, a thermostatic fuse, and some thermocouple leads have been staked over. That's abutted against the element or the heating platform in order to get good contact, good temperature contact regardless of the heat cycling. Very clever. What? Some sort of aluminized or goldized mica sheet. Oh, to keep it, the electrical, it's thermally conductive, not electrically conductive. There's not very many materials that are quite good. Well, no, mica is an insulator. Oh, but it's metallized. Oh, this layer after layer like a stinky onion till all you're left with is tears. Wow, man. I'd be ginger careful with this. This is not a very resilient material, especially in tension, because it's a mineral, essentially. Mica. You can find mica. A lot of times you go prospecting with the kids and they'll find tons of gold. That's mica platelets. Just reflecting in the sun, and you can tell it's not gold because if you move it around, it completely loses its reflectivity. And we have some rock wool here, not a fiber out of place. This would have been cut on a gasket punch. Well, sorry, a couple fibers out of place, but look at it. Just beautiful, non-woven. But wow, this thing, the details on this thing are just bananas. You can actually see, sometimes you do get what you pay for. And when you're buying a $500 hair implement of ass destruction, there's a heating platen in there. There is a number on here. We're going to look that number up, see if we can't find some data on it. STI. The old jazz hands routine on the gargle yielded nothing. However, peeking in here, we can see a nichrome wire inside, woven inside around the periphery of what appears to be some sort of carbon sandwich. Graphene, no doubt. An aluminum anodized backing here, and then of course they gotta spray on the de-schmoo, that Teflon coating.
What you got?
Now Teflon, you see here at the top, we had a wee problem with a croissant. Now it's very difficult to get a decent croissant in North America because our butter doesn't have enough fat in it, and also we don't have the grades of farine.
Yeah, they all
grades
basically
of flour, what you do
are
in
the
France.
same.
So when you get when you find a place that sells decent croissants, and despite the fact they're $4, they're a rare treat. My daughter put one in here and it had some sugary stuff on the top. Burnt the hell right out of the coating. Now this PTFE, the Teflon, can only handle about 500, 600, 700 degrees. It got way hotter than that. And then everything we ate subsequently for a few cycles tasted horrible of plastic, which my wife threw out, but I couldn't bring myself not to eat. So it's been nice knowing you, but you gotta watch it. If there's anything in contact with the surface, it's gonna burn. So here's the vapor seal. It's a very low durometer silicone. Now silicone is very good for heat and it's good for chemicals as well. But it occurs to me that a lot of foodstuffs have silicone oil, especially if they're fried, you know, hot pockety kind of chicken tendies, that sort of thing. And those will attack the silicone. So if this starts getting goopy, you know it's come into contact with some silicone oil, Silo 666 oil, and then it never goes away. And you get it on anything that's made of silicone and it digests it. So be careful of that. If you're doing any kind of fatty foods, industrial foods, it's gonna have silicone oil in it because it's inert and they put it in everything. It's an anti-frothing agent for deep frying, and that will damage this gasket. I really like the lines of this thing. You can see they're using a technique we haven't seen, which is printing on some heat shrink and then affixing that to a basoplatin and then cooking it, and it's there permanently. It is not wood, I assure you. I was worried that this would be adhesive like a modern day smell phone. However, they've allowed us some modicum of serviceability. I was gonna say, if you have one of these and it craps out, very likely it's gonna be that thermostatic fuse right here. They do get tired and wear out, and it is a simple fix. You can bypass it if you want to burn down your house eventually, or you can bypass it for long enough till the part comes, then have the part sit on your shelf for 12 months and your house burns down anyway. So it's up to you. It is clipped in. Oh yeah, there we go. Just needed a little bit of persuasion, mild persuasion. Didn't even need to pull out the foul language. Look at this, look at this. You guys, you shouldn't have, really. Thank you. Whoever designed this is just, you're a human, a scholar, and a lovely person. Instead of epoxying this in with some sort of noxious, disgusting, stanky chemical, they've gone through the expense of putting in 8 screws to affix this. And it looks from the outside like this could have landed from the moon and never touched by human hands. But then you look at the inside and you see all the little features, choked up here, all the little features what allow you to service it. There's nothing on here that cannot be fixed. Oh no! I thought this is actually sublimation printed. My mistake. There is a process whereby they put wood grain on aluminum extrusions, and it's the process I described herein. But I gotta say, this is the finest piece of hardware these dirty dick beaters have ever defiled. Beautiful. Here we have the topmost basoplatin. Some might call it something slightly less obfuscating, but not here. So the manifold for the gases to escape, that is a modicum, a tiny bit of smoke, caramelized sugars, carbohydrates, but mainly water vapor. And they don't have, because it's such a clean design, they don't have really room for the fasteners. That's okay, that's okay. Instead of epoxying this permanently, they've added little tabs at no considerable, that's an additional expense. And then a beautiful brown silicone, high-temp silicone gasket. Very low durometer, good for sealing in water vapors. This thing, a beauty, a bonnie, and a joy forever. We'll just leave it here in awe on the healing bench until I get hangry enough to put it back together in order to make myself a delicious Schweinfleisch toasty. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time and so forth. Keep your dick in a bite.
I know what justice is. I know what it looks like.
Who am I? I'm a detective with the NYPD. I had to take an oath in order to get this job. Every day, I wake up and I try to honor that promise that I made to this city and the people who live here. That's who I am. I told you I'd keep my promise.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the shop. Look, there is a Santa Claus. Mal parido. Oh, nice. Yeah, beautiful, dirty old hole. Have a permit to move this beast. And son of a diculated by a, is it dash 6? Sure looks like dash 6. No. Dash 5, 2-wire. The only time I ever seen dash 5 JIC is on fire suppression so that the oil doesn't get into fires. I don't know what these Dear John motherfuckers are doing, but it's Bear Claw. Why the fuck does dog hate me? Is it because I buy nothing but dilapidated gear? What I can get for pennies on the dollar, scrap value, with no confusers? You know, the days they fly by, it's paper in the wind. It's important to accomplish at least one. Yeah, we'll leave that fish killer on. Get something done. Productive. Today, I charged a battery. Correction, I am charging a battery. Why does God hate me? It's a rhetorical question. I remember. We got the Milwaukee. I've been buying a number of these things because they got cool little gadgets which you see and tickles your interest because nobody else makes it, and then you kind of realize I might have a use for that. In this
Tickles
case,
my interest.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh my god. I didn't even see that. What was that? Shit. That was 12 minutes ago. Thank you for following Rayleigh Lane at 12. Amelie. Oh.
Seem to be getting some dead tree carcass into my beer. Sick. Speaking of the budget troll, I got her licked. Once you get past the stink. Time. Alcohol abuse. Gonna be a heady brew in a couple of weeks. Not to worry. I think we're gonna have a massive linseed oil rag fire. Nuke it from space. It's the only way to be sure. Now, this is a compact inflator, the M12, so it takes these little batteries. Interestingly, the plastique, it has the same countenance as the proper tools. You know, sometimes you see in the speakers and that the plastic is ABS or it's not the same plastic, a little bit different blend of 11 herbs and spices. This appears to be same. We won't know till we get for sure into the clamshell. Have a wee boo under the petticoats. It's got an electronical interface. It kind of, you just give her a pressure switch, but this might tell you what the pressure is. No, we shouldn't turn it on, should we? Not before we get our A-part. On the Dingus Dangus end, it's got a Schrader valve connector here. As an afterthought, they've added some heat shrink, and just the shitty thin heat shrink too, with no hot snot in there to keep it together. It must have had a problem with this nylon braid coming off. Speaking of insurance claims, linseed oil soaked rags every couple years. You'll see it's big news. Oil soaked rags catch on fire spontaneous like. That doesn't actually happen. In the case of linseed oil, well, they don't explain why. Because it evaporates quicker. Well, if it's evaporating quicker, I hate to tell you, when you're changing state from a liquid to a gas, it takes heat away. It actually gets cooler. So why does this heat up and spontaneously combust? Well, because linseed oil polymerizes. Now, you can have the same situation. You're in a fiberglass shop or something like that, or some poor bastard mixes too hot on his epoxy resin floor, or his epoxy paint floor, mixes in the catalyst super hot so it chooches too quick and he gets a bad that's it in the garbage can. Well, that motherfucker is an exothermic reaction, hots up right quick, fast, in a hurry, burns down his shop. So you got to be careful with polymerizing substances. In the case of linseed oil,
this guy just sells the same thing.
See it. Let me show you. Let me just whip out this big old hammer. You see, I dip this in linseed oil and it's polymerized. So if you have a rag that's soaked in linseed oil, a lot of surface area there, it can absorb oxygen out of the atmosphere. And it's not that it's evaporating that's causing the fire, it's that it's absorbing oxygen and cross-linking and turning solid, and that is an exothermic reaction. It gets so hot that it can self-ignite. Wow! Look at all the fasteners they got in there. And of its own accord, this is quite stiff, ABS plastique. Look at the cross-hatching in there, lots of material. And from the back side, they got it fastened as well. Come at her from the other way. How you get this apart without ruining it? Well, I did ruin it. So just be aware if you ever got to take this apart for teardown purposes. There are some blind fasteners. They got to put together. Pretty goo. Apple style. No user serviceable parts inside. 2 of the cork stuffers they got in there, the Fergan ice holes. Oh, 2? Got 2. Dirty bastages. It's okay, it's still under warranty. Now we're in the clamshell. Got parts every which word. Their NSA tracking tag right here. How you doing, boys? Fine, eventide to you. We'll just get rid of that. Justin Trudeau gets his fair share of the rake. He doesn't steal my hot dog socks. Glass fiber reinforced nylon, which is quite surprising. I would have thought that they would use ABS, but it's a good thing. But for a cost savings on something this big, a lot of times, as I say, we see the cheaper plastic, easier to mold. I stripped that Fastener Ray Oliver. She won't come out. Fucker. Farrier nips to the rescue. One of those tools, which you never think of buying, you never have, but once you start using them, they come in super handy, except in this case. Well, get it right in there flush, and you can nip stuff off generally, but there's too much plastique in the way. I'm just gonna have to optimize the design a little bit here, and we'll omit that superfluous fastener. That was easy. For a crappy little inflate orb, it's got a lot of metal on there. Get plastic along. This would be a reciprocal dingle arm here, something to convert the rotary motion into to and fro, in and out. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All right, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do something real quick, okay? I'll be back. Bye. Whoa. I was kind of watching something. Like, watch it after.
Valve there. Just a check valve, so as the piston pushes up, this opens up and allows you to pressurize whatever it is you're pressurizing. There's the reciprocal, no piston rings on there, and no wrist pin, so that's a Weeble Wobble style. That's the pistone there, or the cylinder there, drawn over mandrel, or drawn over something, just progressively drawn in some dies in a press, and some calcium sulfonate, I was going to say glue, but grease. Here's the other valve here in the backside to charge it. This is a reed valve, allows air to get into the cylinder, what for compressing. And this has no wrist pin, so it's just one of those wiggle wobble pistons. If the piston was thicker, longer, you'd need a wrist pin because the geometry wouldn't allow this to pivot and still seal within the cylinder. And the grease in here, the grease is a real good grease. It's not sticky at all.
Alright, chat.
But it's very substantial, very viscous. Like not sticky as in tacky, but it's very sticky as in substantive. Now on the side of her, you'd expect this to be temperature resistant plastic, and it is. It's PA66, so it doesn't get as soft nearly as quickly, and lots of glass fiber, 33%. You see the piston rod here, the con rod, is also surprisingly a thermoplastic. Looking at the crown and pinion gear, different kind of grease, a little bit lower grade, but that's okay. They do a study, you know, you got to have horses for courses. You use the right grease for the right application. In the top of the head here, staked in is the valve, and then around the periphery is a DU sealing bearing bushing thing, and it have Teflon on the outside for lubricity, and then this nylon part here. See, we've got some design features here to allow air in, but minimize the amount of material at the very tippy top. And we've just got, again, for cost savings, we can see they've taken some measures. 608 bearing, which is the ubiquitous skateboard bearing, and just a little guy in the con rod. However, it's a single bearing. They're not paired up. So these being ball bearings, I would assume this is a ball bearing. If you look at the Weeble Wobble on that, you can tell that bearings do a lot better in pairs because they are point loads. They have a ball in there, and a ball is bearing on just a single point. And we can see how much Weeble Wobble that single point gives us. You can even see the Weeble Wobble because there's just a single 608 bearing in there. So this is designed to be reasonably light duty. You can see that all of the outward appearance parts are primarily metal, but then if you get into the insides here, this con rod is plastic, single bearings all the way around. Not what you'd call a high production or a real industrial strong compressor type design. Of course it's not, it's a tire inflator. As far as the motor around the flux ring, they've added
I want to watch some Oni plays after this
heat
chat.
sense element, or maybe possibly
6 days ago.
a fuse, a thermostatic fuse. And then it's tied down with some glass fiber, some fiber tape. But if you look at the motor, it doesn't appear to be the name brand Mabuchi. It seems to have some HDPE, high density polyethylene, milk jug style materials, what for holding the brushes in, which, yeah. So it's not a Mabuchi, affixed to the flux ring.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices
I'll
that
do
can't.
car fixing
An
stream
epoxy
if
potted
I can.
component. Not self-evident as to what it is. We look at the connection. No, okay. MNTC.
Or just show
so
my
motor,
device, 'cause I
negative
installed
temperature
the
coefficient thermistor.
brakes backwards
so
or something.
this is a negative temperature coefficient. So the resistance goes down as the temperature goes up. That or vice versa. Either way, it's for the brain box here to know if she's over-chooching. Now, peeling back the fascia, you get this membrane, well, not quite a membrane, a little bit thicker than a membrane, ABS plastique all the way around, some sort of nitrile rubber for actuating proper tactile switches. Clickety-clack. That's kind of nice to see. And then we have the brain box here feeding this single MOSFET. I'm assuming that it just gets full battery voltage and there's no chopping effect going on, no speed control. Well, let's get the battery in and we'll have a go. Oopsie doodle. Fuck. Now, what are the odds of getting that zebra stripe to conduct with the conductors?
Storage.
We'll mess with that after I don't think it's going to be checking to see if the display is working or not. Well, let's get a battery in here. See if we can't let the smoke out. This nice little Honeywell style pressure sensor. So we're actually sending pressure into this thing. So it'll have a high pressure cutoff, unfortunately, so we won't be able to blow tires right to Kingdom Come, but hopefully
Just realized
we will
this
be able
one
to
doesn't
blow
have
them
any
up a little.
things on it.
Horn. Pump. Oh. Yeah, that works. Quite a spirited little ditty. Took me by surprise. This valence is just for vanity. There's no bores or anything in there for the bearings, so we're not too worried about that. I'm going to firmly grip this and run her. It doesn't really like to be au naturel. You can hear the conrod clacking against the side, overstroke. I'm just gonna shut her down before we fuck it. There we go. Put the cylinder back on. You gotta put this one way. Oh, a stowaway. That happens. Oopsie. Glad I caught that. Put the valve in.
Dave Bioscan.
Way wound. Speaking of springing with things. There we go. And that goes like that. Shot. Goes like that. These pressure sensors are absolutely incredible. They're MEMS sensors. MEMS is a mechanical, electrical system, something system. And if you look at a scanning electron microscope of the things, they're essentially little machines. So what happens is there's a Wheatstone bridge on there, and the pressure from the air changes the geometry of the Wheatstone bridge. That changes the resistance, and you can go into a lookup table and see what that
You just make things like as small as possible.
Measuring the resistance, and the confuser does that. But these devices themselves, revolutionary. They're essentially micro machines. Flat, like a pannekuchen. Delicious breakfast crepe of the Low Countries is a highway rated caster. I know it's highway rated because I seen the guy moving mattresses with his 89 Honda Accord. When he got a second flat, he stuck this under the bumper. Seemed to work just fine. Apparently I need a little hair around this one. Does not want to go. Das not want to working. There we go. Just a little toy. Let's just turn this on. There's the backlight. See if we can't get some hot stripper action here. Zebra stripe. Oh, there we go. Ah. Got to be canted off a little bit. Now, to hold that and this. My 90-pound Filipino buddy sure would come in handy right now. See what up? Am I going to lose the tip of my thumb? No, I should be okay. All right. You're intact. If you'd frame, you fuck. Sorry about that. High production outfit here.
Seems like this is the right way.
No doubt there's glare right in your eye. That's okay. Just cant your head to the one side. How many pissies is this rated to before we get too... Oh yeah, 50. Now my car just ran out of memory, and this thing, she says how much she'll suffer, 50 pissies. This one doesn't say how much she'll suffer, but on the display we got 120 pissies. So it might blow this right to kingdom come. What I was saying before I was somewhat rudely interrupted by a full memory was if you're within spec plus minus 10%, chances are you're gonna be okay. Like in this case, 10% over, no big deal. Electrics, a fellow was asking me, what about electrics? I got this dingle dangle arm from, I don't know, hoo-ha rattler, from J.A. Penn, and it's 100 volts. Plus minus 10%, I'm gonna say, is gonna be okay. However, you gotta also consider the accreditations. So, being as it's certified for use in the electrical grid in J.A. Penn doesn't mean it's certified for use here or in other jurisdictions. So you got to watch that. But just electrically, yeah, the thing will chooch all day long, plus minus 10%. You know, there's sag in the grid, and you get a lot of load through the copper. Somebody flashes up their AC or whatever. All these devices can handle easy plus minus 10%. Got her hooked up to something what's not going to explode. And apparently the valve is open. Close this little petcock. How did I know your college nickname? Ugh.
Okay, 7.
It appears. Didn't need that part anyway. There's something dickered with this. So, without further ado, I'm afraid I'm out of beer. I think this gets a solid meh. You know what's convenient though? If you got the bateria. So I got one in the truck, an inflator, but it has to go into the cigarette lighter, and you need a big long cord. So if you're in a panic, and you got to do a trailer, you know, a 20-foot trailer, and it does, yeah. So this, more mobile, more better, definitely more expensiver, and not super robust, but not entirely chintzy either. Yeah, I gotta go solid meh. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me in the shop for a chortle and a chuggle and a little sip. I think it's time to get back to work. Pitter patter. Fly at her. Fucking Duclaw, tabernacle, call this espèce de consacré cœur en tire-bouchon. Well, at least I almost got something done.
Donate plasma today and receive up to $700
plasma. Do that. But I guess not for. Don't do it like with like for profit, I guess.
Editor, compress my voice really nicely. Make me sound cute. Make me deeper. Make him 10 octaves deeper. Thank you.
Don't do that.
Please. Oh.
Are you gonna have hiccups the whole time? Do you need to deal with that?
Fine, I'll go throw up really quick.
I'm not telling you to throw up. You're the one that said that your hiccups will stay for days if you don't throw up.
It will, but I'm gonna need to borrow Chris's fingers. Explain why you want to play this game. What do you mean? What's good about it? There's a frog and there's a princess. There's a mosquito gang, and I don't really remember what happens past that. But there's good noise, sound effects, sound design. They got frogs.
You've been talking this game up for like the last.
It's gonna go well.
3 months.
It's good. It's good. Well, I haven't played it in like 12 years, but I'm pretty sure it's really good. Okay, that's good enough for me. Do you want to play, or do you want me to play?
I thought we'd let Adam play.
Yeah, you play. Here. Okay, cool. But I don't want any negative comments about this game. No negative comments. No negative comments.
No negative comments.
No negative comments.
All right.
Yeah, we'll be good.
The Konami Corporation.
This is so gross looking. Shut up. Listen to the song though. Dun, 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 dun. It gets you like mysterious.
Okay, yeah.
It gets you mysterious.
We're not allowed to say anything bad about the game.
Okay, please don't. We're being good. We're being good. Please don't. We need give it at least 20 minutes before you give it your first any criticism. Okay. That's a good rule. Those children screaming. I told yeah, there's children
make the
in this
O
too.
an
A. Make the O and make the A, the R an A. Oh, I see.
Don't do that.
This is really difficult.
You should have got the other.
You went the worst way possible. Make it an A. And then make the R an A. Okay, I got an idea. Fragger. Not that. Stop! Okay, what do I do? Not that one. Wait, what do you want me to do? Make the other R an A. Wait, what?
Fragia.
Make the other R an A. Yeah. You God damn it. Okay. Uppercase, it's so annoying. There you go. Okay.
Fragia.
Yeah, it's like a cool video game title. So that's about good. We'll do this. There you go. Oh wait, exit out of it. You didn't fucking save it. You fuck you. We'll try again. What's the next name you want to do? You gotta hit start when you're finished. Okay. Should we just name Give me that. Just give it to me. Sorry. Damn it. Okay.
Is that
what? Oh, it's going crazy again.
Yeah. Oh no.
It's going crazy.
Turn it off.
Stop. Oh, I knew it wasn't my fault.
Hold down the button.
No. Stop. What are we gonna do, Tomar? Just remember, we have nuggets on the way. Stop! Oh, take your headphones off. Take your headphone off. Take your headphone off. Take your headphone off.
I can't do anything.
Oh, if you look at closely at the G, Tomar, say it in. Oh, God damn.
Frogger the Great Quest.
Say it in a cool narration.
Frogger the Great Quest.
Your voice suits it. Now say how a frog would say it. Give him a voice right now for him standing there.
I don't want to.
Make him go. That's pretty good.
This can't be the only jambalaya being.
Ew. What? I thought we had understanding. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Froggy free. I remember that part. Who are these characters?
These are the boys.
Boy 1 and Boy 2.
So the mean old dragon was running alongside the lake after the princess. His head hit a rock, and he was killed. Just like that.
There's actual death in this universe. Yeah.
I didn't think Frogger the Great Quest would be so dark.
Dude, it's got a dark lore to it. Sweet. Dark lore? Yeah.
Ah. Bonjour. Anybody in there? I just have to find me a princess.
Bonjour.
Is this the plot? You want a princess?
He hears them talking about a dragon and a princess, and he decides he wants the princess too.
Wish I must
Yeah.
find a princess before I bust.
Everyone.
Or he what?
It fucking works. Yeah. Is she the princess? Yeah, of the frog realm.
Can you help me find a princess whose kiss will turn me into a prince?
Giggles.
If I were to have a girl, that's how I want her to act.
She's very trad.
She's just simple, easygoing, gives me magic. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Alright. So this is us. We're in the rapids ahead. Safe water there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a blue mushroom, and there's a red token. So what do you guys want to do first?
Look at the blue mushroom. This is... This is so fucking... Fuck you.
Chris, you have to be nice.
Okay.
20 minutes.
Okay, 50 minutes left. Okay,
50.
go.
Okay.
Go collect that fun red token.
But you can even go. There's water in this game, so you can swim.
Oh, okay. You can go in the
I
water.
thought he was gonna drown for some reason.
I found a coin. Found a box.
But you're just skipping that one? Why?
What does this do?
What does this do?
Fuck, they're all trying to get me.
What? Holy shit, dude. What is going on?
I want the blue token.
Look at it.
I'm trying.
It's just slightly above his head.
He looks really happy for not being killed by the mosquito gang.
Oh, finally
got it.
Oh yeah, we didn't introduce this guy, this Frogger guy.
How do you want to be addressed from this point onward?
Adam.
Okay.
Adam, alright.
No,
okay.
I want to be known as X-Man.
X-Man?
That's pretty cool.
Thanks, man. Or Tornado. I'll go by either.
Tornado. Okay,
Get away,
Adam.
get away, get away.
How old were you when you played this?
Like, it was a while ago. But I still like it. It's still good shit going on.
Give us some backstory about the game and how you came to get it.
Okay, this is weird, but it was originally my dad's game. I know that makes him sound a little fishy, but, yeah. And then
Is it really?
Yeah.
How old was your dad?
My dad, he was old. He's an old man. Oh,
Mm.
fuck this guy. And then basically I took it, and I took the reins, and I started being the Frogger.
This is nauseating.
Stop it.
Get up there and do the throat glide.
Can't you throat glide?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. What does the fly do?
You just spin on him, I think. Wait, nope.
He looks really upset. His eyes are narrowed.
What do you do with the fly?
I think I'm supposed to do something with him. I can't remember what.
Well, fucking remember. This is important. What?
Oh, you just threw your token.
Oh, wait, where'd it go?
In the water.
Oh, no.
What's the end of that?
There goes your token.
Yeah,
And the fly.
we needed that to progress.
Wait, really?
I think so. I want to go back to being a little boy, and I had this game, and I think I made it kind of far. I remember there being a pirate ship somewhere. There's a waterfall here.
Fun.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You're right. Fuck him.
I love you spitting things mouths. What other game lets you do that?
Yeah.
Do you know what to do?
Yes. I have to go save the Princess Frog.
Princess Heart Lips.
Yeah, they called her Hot Lips.
What was it?
Yeah, he goes, I need a princess with hot lips. And then everyone in the writer's room looked confused. The schnitzel.
Okay, you can't say that.
Why?
You said...
It's like a food.
Is it really?
Yes.
Are you fucking with me?
No.
This is the schnitzel.
Look on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
It's a food.
You're fucking with me.
No, I'm not. The Germans made the schnitzel to eat because they need food and substance.
I know what a schnitzel is.
Oh, yeah, it is just called schnitzel. Sorry.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, fight off the fish.
Or get spit on it.
I'm gonna be honest.
That thing's vile.
I kind of remember this game being a lot better than it is.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Did I not warn you of this from the outset that maybe it wouldn't be as fun as you remembered it being when you were 10 years old?
What's that one dog you showed me where it's like the Scooby-Doo clone where it's just like a dog where his eyes go down?
Scooby-Dum.
I don't know. Oh, that's Scooby-Dum is still from Scooby-Doo.
No. He was like, hello. He's like a depressed dog that gets excited.
Droopy?
Droopy?
Yeah.
That's Droopy predates Scooby-Doo, I'm pretty sure.
We were at fucking Tomar's house and we put on Droopy and Adam started getting so fucking angry watching it for some reason.
He really doesn't like Droopy's design.
Not only that, the way it acts, who wants a dog like that? Not me.
He says, oh dear.
Yeah, oh god. So sickening.
Oh boy, say that to my face, bitch.
They smell them this way.
Oh, you see the world's being procedurally generated as we run up to it?
It is not.
Editor, go back and show that again. Yep. Look at that.
Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, you can totally cheese them.
This is awesome. I'm murdering their whole family.
You just spit up through the water.
This is like The Hobbit.
It's just like The Hobbit.
It's when,
that's just what I was thinking.
It's when Bilbo is
spitting on Frodo.
No, it's when Bilbo is in the forest and the spiders steal all the hobbits, and then they're all going, "Yes, eat their flesh!"
What are that?
And then he stabs the spider in the face with his new paper opener.
There's another one.
And he goes, "Ah, it stings!" And then Bilbo from The Office says, "Sting. I like the sound of that."
I relate to
Bilbo from The Office? What?
Yeah, from the British Office.
The Brits stole The Office from the U.S.
Comments, back me up. He looks into the camera and goes,
That's not true.
Sting, right?
Of course.
This must be called Sting now.
This must be.
The spider said to Sting, so I'm going to call it Sting now.
Looks into the camera more.
Look at that jumping sound effect. Boing.
That's nice.
See, I told you it gets generated.
Tomer, he was right.
It's just a. I mean, it's not procedural generation.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Mansplaining procedural generated.
It's just trying to save RAM, but it's supposed to draw that stuff before you reach it. But
no, you don't know what you're talking about,
bro.
Code me a game and get back to me.
Eat that.
It's so fucked up. You're just killing these little guys.
I've seen you murder countless animals, Chris.
Like when?
I seen you slay the rabbit. I saw you slay the.
Okay, that is a thing. I forgot about that. It wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to do it.
Yeah.
We were out driving around in the desert looking for those big fires.
Oh yeah, I think you did tell me this one.
We were driving along this like really steep like desert cliff. And then there was all these rats in the middle of the road. We kept beeping the horn.
You didn't really hit it though.
No, we didn't hit anything. But every time we saw these shrews and rats, we'd beep the horn and they jump like 50 feet in the air and run away. And then we did it to a rabbit. He just jumped off the cliff and died. It was really sad. It was so fucked up.
Yeah, no, now
I didn't fucking want it to kill itself.
Yeah, okay.
He was just trying to give it a little start.
I know not to scare them now.
It
was an accident.
I remember you like rolled down the window. You're like, "Oh, look how cute it is!" And then it like just dived off the mountain and died.
You're right. It wasn't. Yeah, it was Niall was or who was beeping at the rats?
Oh, that was me.
And then I stuck my head out the window and I yelled at the rabbit.
Yeah,
and then
like,
it
creeped
just
up.
fucking jumped off. It was so fucked up.
It was pretty bad.
But I didn't mean it.
Yeah, he was asking.
I don't want any of God's creatures to kill themselves on my behalf.
No, there's not a single creature that you wouldn't be okay with dying.
Okay, ants. I hate ants so much.
Now we're getting.
They're ruining my life.
Yeah, I don't like ants.
We should move into a cabin like this.
Open doors.
Yeah.
If we move out to like the Mojave Desert and build a cabin just like that,
I'd still stand by. We should go to Mumbai.
Mumbai?
Yeah.
I want to go to Dubai.
Fuck no.
Why not?
Okay, we can go.
Put up a real fight. I see how this is a sequel to Frogger. It reminds me of the original in so many ways.
The classic same gameplay. Okay.
I mean, yeah, the bridge.
I love how 1 in 7 times the jump works. It's awesome.
It's just another innovative game mechanic featured by Frogger the Great Quest.
Hop up on the
Fucking hell. Okay.
Go back to your collection now.
View collection.
See what you truly own. You own Frogger. Click on. Is it just a model that you can?
Oh, that's sad.
That's the original concept art. Oh man,
that guy got fucked over.
That looks better.
Yeah,
that really does look better than the game. Frog goobers. To hit enemies and objects.
It's good. Okay, let's see, Bruiser. What are you supposed to look
Now we know
like?
you're not just spitting
Okay, that's pretty
spit.
spot on.
You're spitting goobers.
A voracious hunter of the streams, rivers, and lakes of the Third Kingdom. If Frogger is not careful,
At the same time, so it sounds demonic.
Careful watering their territory, you'll end up fish food.
That was cool. I'd be scared hearing that. Bogtown.
Bogtown is a quiet backwater swamp town, which has only been inhabited during the last 100 years. The terrain of the area was basically formed at the time of the First Great Travail, when a magical cataclysm formed the land of Frogger's world.
Jesus.
Many of its residents have been scared away by the raiding goblins that are joining King Ijnek.
What?
Am I reading that right?
The war is Joy Castle.
This is so
What is War on Joy Castle?
This is the worst game ever.
No.
I mean, it's great.
Yeah.
Let's play more. What do you say?
I say we
Yeah, where is
continue.
it?
I must admit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I remember it being like 800,000 times better than it was.
Is this really the first time you played it since?
Yeah.
Wow.
But I was, oh wait. I like this part. This part's cool.
Tell us why it's cool right now. Go.
The song, the themes, the floater.
The floater. That's it. That was it.
Yeah. So this is the part I was just telling you about. This is where I couldn't make it past this when I was a kid.
Go fish. Yeah, go fish.
Are they saying go fish?
They're saying go fish.
I thought the game was goldfish.
No, it's go fish.
Really?
You didn't know
Yeah.
that?
I didn't know that. I thought it was goldfish.
No, it's go fish.
Wow.
What do you want, Swamp Thing?
Stop making fun of me in your mind.
We're not.
Stop.
We're just telling you the reality.
This is the reality. It's goldfish.
It's always been go fish.
This is Bearstein Bear shit happening.
Start spitting on them.
There's a bell here. This is so janky.
5-star savings on customer favorites and soon at Raymore and Flanagan.
Why can't I?
I'm gonna fall off.
Maple
You're
Story.
not even supposed to ring the bell.
You better not close on me or some shit.
Better not.
Don't close on me, you damn clam. Come on.
Alright, this game is a
This
little
is
inefficient.
ridiculous. At least he didn't close on you. Stop spitting in his mouth.
Man, I'm so upset this game wasn't what I remembered it.
I think it's better than you remember.
Fuck no. I remembered it being like really magical and like shrouded in mystery.
I think you're just learning a little lesson about childhood, Adam.
Yeah.
The real lesson is when you were a kid, you were kind of a loser.
I was.
Or
Jesus.
just everything's more exciting because you haven't done that much yet.
True. Oh, maybe we
That
jump
was
on
really
this.
accurate. That was good, Tomar.
Tomar, you're like a voice actor, I think.
Shut up.
Try again.
You guys are making fun of me. Here, I'm gonna read the back of the package.
Read it.
Dude, how's my legs so sweaty?
Frogger's back in full 3D.
Whoa.
Enter the magical world of Frogger and explore lush 3D environments. Encounter mystical and terrifying creatures. Solve tricky puzzles and help your favorite frog in his greatest quest yet. And then the bullet points are: Frogger returns with an all-new look, lots of cool moves, magic, and skills. Encounter over 70 curious critters, evil insects, goblins, vampires, and other villainous varmints.
Vampires?
Amazing worlds to explore. Muck through murky marshes, race through raging rivers, and discover dangerous dragons' lairs.
Dude, when you put it like that, I kind of want to play more.
Combines exciting freeform exploration and platform action. It's a whole new way to play Frogger.
That was pretty cool. Okay, we're finishing this.
One player, memory card 300 kilobytes, analog control, and vibration function.
Oh, Tomar, whip out your dick and we'll put the controller on it. We'll start getting eaten by the barracuda.
That's your best idea yet.
Editor, make a 3D animation of fucker frogging the princess.
No.
Frogging the frog.
Fucker frogging the princess.
Yeah, put her next to him here.
And spit on her. She deserved it.
Have her spreading her ass. Thank you. Okay, we're turning this off.
Yeah, this has got to go.
This is ruining my first impression of a full classic. Cool. Okay, well, I give up on this game.
Yeah. Sorry.
It was kind of funny for a second.
It's Ibn Battuta time.
Really? We're going straight to Ibn Battuta?
Yeah, that's what happens when this happens. We go nuclear.
Great
great that they use the one sound effect for every single gunshot.
Yeah, stick your
I'm empty, cover me while I reload.
I must say to absolutely no one except the enemy that my gun is out of bullets.
To a blind fire. It got him anywhere. It didn't look like it went anywhere near him.
This is good. Oh, that's nice. You can take cover behind walls. I love the netters.
Whoa. Yeah, I guess you can say you love them. As long as you say you love them, you can say that word.
Thank you.
No!
Uh-oh, hand to hand. Here we go.
This is like the most lazy sound design of any action game.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like when he kicks your hand, it's just like that. It's like this really muted, like kung fu movie sound.
This rocks. This is good.
Yeah.
This is like a Jackie Chan toy I had as a kid. You push down on his head and he does that.
Just like the real Jackie Chan.
Come on, Lyle, you're good at that.
If you met the woman who sang this in real life, would you try it?
Tomer brought it, and it suits somehow. It actually suits this.
Just keep doing it. Holy.
Oh yeah, your version's cool.
E-class one.
So, this is Amos' temple.
Yep, that's the one.
Her hands are breaking. Look at them.
It's a cultural thing, you bigot.
No one can bend like that. Look at that.
She's got a really swollen left hand.
It's getting bigger.
I think she got bit by
She got bit by a camel spider.
Decides to wake up for lunch or something. Here we go.
Wait, did he say in case a mummy decides to wake up for lunch?
Yep, or something.
Did he just insinuate that mummies eat people? Is that what he thinks that they do?
They do.
No. They just lay down.
Whoa, I crawled in through that.
Like, if anything, people eat mummies. There's a bigger
what?
precedent for that. You've never heard of that?
No.
That's a very real thing. Is we're running out of mummies, one of the world's most valuable resources.
because of the gourmet black market.
Yes, no, that's true. European kings thought that if they ate mummies, it would make them live longer, because they found mummies and they were like, oh, these things have stayed preserved for such a long time. So if I eat it, then I will be preserved as young.
Risk-takers get to see such beauty.
That's really stupid. Why are people so stupid?
I don't know.
Especially kings.
These guys fucking carved a bunch of like dog men and thought it was important, and then like buried a dude with all their guys.
I'm looking around carefully. What the fuck? I feel like I've heard this music before. In fact, I think I know where I heard it. It was in the Nostalgia Critic. Yeah, no, I remember the Nostalgia Critic did like top 10 stupidest Lord of the Rings moments.
I bet most of the stuff in here is from Asset Store.
Yeah, the one that everybody knows is that.
What? This is from Kikassia! This is Kikassia! It's like, in Nevada, there is a man who owns land. We are going to call it Kikassia.
Hey, Jaxie's been trying to watch Kikassia for the last like week now.
Can't sit through it.
She really can't.
The operative word "trying" is so telling about that fucking thing. I made it through Kikassia, but I have a huge stomach for cringe, and I cannot make it through to Boldly Flee.
No, no one can. Literally
nobody
supposed
can. To see that there was even an orifice there.
Who fucking cares? It's fun. Fuck you!
Oh, what a good game.
This rocks.
Dude, I told you, it's nothing but high octane excitement.
You didn't use the ladder!
You know what? Most games don't let you just fucking run right off. We better still have that fucking thing.
4 screens at the fountain.
Oh, I thought that was part of the game. Fucking bastard. Boing. That should be like, you unlocked everything noise. Alright.
It's too dark for me to move on. I can't see a thing.
The dark.
Las Vegas has
Too dark to move on.
I'm too scared.
I can't even move on.
Can I grab a torch? I can't.
There's the torch.
Give me that. Oh, he did it.
See, now we can move on.
I wish you could wipe the dirt off the screen. Oh, you can't run with a torch? Oh, you can. Okay. That is deserved. I mean, oh my God.
Uh-oh.
All right.
It looks like you were. It looked for a second like you were trying to get hit.
I am. Oh, why didn't you
It
fall in
wasn't
two pieces?
satisfying at all.
Fuck him up.
This is such a well-developed system.
I've never thought. Okay.
It got you.
You got up.
It got Lyle good.
I don't know why that fucking hurt me the way it did.
Come on, take your swing.
Take your swing.
What? Did you see that?
Yes. School
This
them.
guy's stupid. I just want to get out of here and see my beautiful sister Ganoush again.
Don't say it.
What?
Don't call her Ganoush.
Why not? Is that a rude?
Definitely not her name.
Is that a rude word?
I don't know.
Would that be?
I mean, you just. It's just.
I don't even see what the problem is.
I like how she's just completely static on the front there. Like, look at her. Like, she's just not moving at all.
This rocks. I love that.
Dude, this is so good.
Sometimes less is more. Do you remember that song, Tomar?
Less is more.
It's in the Return of the King cartoon.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Charmin Ultra commercial.
No, they ripped off the Return of the King cartoon.
I guess Return of the King was there first. So that's the one that's all about Sam's little fantasy about if he had the ring and he was a badass.
It's after that.
Oh.
Whoa! It's after, yeah, no,
it's after he learns the lesson that he doesn't need the ring to be useful.
Yeah, he goes, less can be more, and small can be beautiful.
Less can be more. Yeah, that's right. And small can be beautiful.
I love that song. What do you need when you get right down to it? What the fuck is shooting me? I don't.
It's that helicopter. Also, Tomar, I like how with Hobbit music, you're like fucking like starting the alternator on a car. Like once you get it pushed a little bit, it just fucking goes.
What just fucking happened?
And the old shall dream dreams, and the youth shall see visions.
Even doubtful, I may add. That is, until I found the irrefutable evidence. Come on, let's discuss this on the way, please.
See a flat earther just like me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Irrefutable.
I would like you to put it in my batuta.
That reminds me of the cat I had in my childhood.
I'm a human, just like the player playing this game, in fact. Smell my foot.
Yeah, it's kind of like Mango.
Fucking hate Mango. God, she pisses me off.
You love her.
You there. What
You
did
just
you
ate
just
his
do?
food.
What did I just fucking do?
You just coughed on his food.
Well, is that this guy's only idol, is that he leans forward and coughs?
See, this is maybe a little bit of a problem with modern video games. They went through the trouble of like modeling the little lines on his knuckles.
Yeah.
But they didn't make a good game.
Yep.
Why would that come first? You know?
No, you're right. They literally put like facial pores on him.
I'm willing to bet that they didn't even model this guy. They literally just like bought a resource pack and they're like, this guy's our main character.
Dude, actually look how detailed that is.
That's what I'm saying. They probably just bought this thing. Or they just had enough money to pay one guy to make one
Why's it got the
decent model
Bluetooth?
for their main character.
His beard is insanely high res. When did this come out?
I don't know.
Didn't it say like 2013 or no? I'm thinking of something else.
That sounds about right.
Does that sound okay?
I actually think his face is more detailed than the. Did you see that new
I don't
Halo,
like the camera
the
pop.
Halo game with the brutes?
On that game.
Yeah.
People were like complaining that the brute's face looked really low res. They should have just done that.
Yeah, they should have hired the developers of this game to make Halo.
I agree. I can't believe people would scribble on a perfectly good building like that.
these doors have like little markings on them from when Moses did a plague.
Oh my God, do they?
Yeah. They were like, "Don't plague us, Moses," and he said, "Okay."
That part of that movie's so
But
scary.
just because you marked the door.
When the white light's coming down. Ew, why are you gray?
See, these are just gray men.
You can't be gray.
Gray men.
Ew, they're getting gray on me.
That child is horrific.
That is the scariest fucking kid I've ever seen.
Look at his little egg head.
He's got a huge head. He's got a fucking tumor head.
It looks like a balloon that they drew a face on.
It really does. I think you're not far off. His
I think
ears.
they just don't have a child model. It's just a weird scaled down man. I guess all a child is a scaled down man, but you know what I mean.
The mom's like, "Don't pop your head!
like-
Stop popping it!" I can't help if my head is a balloon. You made me this way. Why aren't you helping Balloon Child?
Helping it what?
Defeating its mother.
Yeah.
I'm also convinced this game is marketed at like 10-year-olds. Because who else would buy Unearthed?
Us.
We bought it.
Oh yeah, you bought it, didn't you?
You'll have to kill me.
I said talk, or I will.
What the fuck? My favorite part of buying shitty games is seeing Tomar get mad at it.
It's like a bootleg version of like one of the ship songs from Donkey Kong Country.
Donkey Kong Country had some fucking bomb music.
It
Yes,
sure
it did.
It sure freaking did. I hurt myself landing on that. Okay.
Was that a game over because you landed in the street?
Yeah.
This game's so dumb and shit.
What do you mean?
It's the worst.
No.
You
I
gotta
can't-
sneak past the police.
I can't jump no more.
mystery.
Is that treasure?
Sure is.
That's a CD. I need that.
No, you don't.
I need the
Please
CD.
don't go back for it.
Please,
Fine.
It might be anything. It might be my favorite CD. Every boy never goes.
Like
Spice
Gangnam
up your life. People of the. Oh, it's not a CD at all. Some fucking toilet part.
Toilet part?
Yeah. It's the toilet disc, you know. You ever break your toilet disc? All hell breaks loose.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Don't look down.
Don't look down. You might fall like one story.
My language.
Did I just got caught.
Word.
Did you?
Yes. Maybe go over here?
No, I think
No,
you had it right.
definitely go that way.
There's a voice line when
You're
you
just
go that
playing
way.
a
so-
bad game.
No.
Think all eggs are the same? Think again. Avian flu has impacted millions of caged and cage-free hens, but Pete and Jerry's free-range.
Look, you didn't get caught that time. Must
Wow.
be because you played better.
There's a ladder
You're
going
acting
down.
really negative right now.
12, no.
I'm just trying to have
8,
fun.
13.
Ooh.
Nope. You went to the street, you lose. Nope.
Oh.
Oh my God, he's coming right over!
He's not gonna spot you, just watch him. Why don't you just watch him so we know when he's gone?
You are such a spoil sport.
Okay, go,
There
go,
he's
go.
gone.
Go, keep going. Why did you?
You
Why did you go back in there?
Your turn.
Don't hand it to me
You're
like I
live.
want to play this.
You love this game.
This game's awesome.
Tomar's playing right now. He's got a big grin on his face.
I love to play my favorite video.
Not true.
Tomar's smiling from ear to ear as he grips the controller lovingly.
And his fucking huge mustache.
His huge mustache and his fat cock.
Tomar, your cock's not fat. Don't listen to him.
I don't know.
It is pretty girthy.
It's pretty wide.
He's got a wide base and a pinpoint tip.
It's
It can fit into. Oh, look who's
He's a fucking idiot now.
It's Tomar. He's playing.
It wasn't ever me.
Tomar is playing.
Rest assured, audience, it'll never be me.
My pinpoint penis can fit inside any orifice.
Hey, Ibn Battuta developers, put this on the back of your box. It kicks Battuta. Joshua Tomar, 2020.
Yeah, do that. No
He
matter
said
what
it.
he threatens, just do it.
Actually, if you're
Okay, go
watching
down, go
this,
down, go down.
if you're watching this and you don't know who we are, my name is Josh Tomar, and I love this game.
I'm also Josh Tomar, and I like this game more than the first guy, even.
Yeah, that's a lot too, because I like it a lot. Me, Josh Tomar.
I like this game more than my counterpart, Josh Tomar, who
I'm
is
pretty
me.
much enamored with this game. I never thought I could love anything more than my wife.
Oh my
on a
God,
scale, on a scale of 1
Hello
to 10,
there.
how enthralled with this sequence
My
are you?
name's Igman Battuta, and this is my life.
This is my
But let's start at the beginning.
Back when I was a fetal. As you can see, I was aborted.
Something about the way that wheel turns is making me giggle.
What the fuck happened there?
Where exactly did you get your driving license, young man?
Good question. I don't have a driving license.
I don't have a driving
That's
license.
supposed to be like a cool quip. Actually, I can't even get one because I'm stupid, so...
I kept failing the test, and I just gave up.
I failed. So
I'm
there.
28 and I don't drive.
I get Ubers and the bus, I'll have you know.
Dark, cursed, and valuable thing. Here we come.
That's fucking cool.
What a fucking epic line to end the scene and the first half of the game.
That car was not turning.
There you go.
What?
It's real.
That's the end?
That's
to
the
be
end.
continued. Wait, we really did beat the game?
I wouldn't lie to you unless it was funny.
So they're just lying with all
They're
this?
using like National Geographic footage.
Oh my god, these guys were really down to their last penny.
So close. I can feel it.
They made one tomb, one little city section.
God.
Watch out!
That can't be it.
That was episode 1 of Unearthed Trail of Ibn Battuta.
Lol, you're telling me they never came out with episode 2?
No. The book is still open on Unearthed. No, it's good. It's good.
Nobody deserves to get their fucking credits. Troy Baker! It said Troy Baker!
He's got to be in every. This was the point in time where he had to be in every video game release.
What's this video game?
All video games. He wished on a monkey's paw and was in all video games.
Troy Baker, you're not allowed a private jet if you're in this video game.
You have to give it back because of this.
Yeah, this is his canceling.
I'm so glad it's over and I don't have to sit through another minute of it.
Come on, we're doing survival mode now.
No!
We could be all these people.
Who's that guy?
Oh, that's Grungus.
Mr. Grungus.
Yeah, he's half ape.
That's
half
That
man.
guy's weirdly
That's Mr.
detailed.
Grungus, and that was Mr. Camp.
Can I play as Mr. Grungus?
You can play as Grungus.
I just want to see what this is. What did they make the survival mode out of?
It would be a shame. Oh, wow. Whoa.
Go
Zombies!
Oh, there's zombies.
Grungus.
What? Why did they put... Why? This game had nothing to do with them.
How does he
Die,
look at-
Mr. Grungus,
He's
die.
sad. He's sad. Look at him being sad at you, Tomar.
I don't even think you have health, man.
This is the worst zombie death I've ever seen. That's it.
Sucks, man.
You don't even pop. They just look at you. Okay.
Okay, we're done.
Fuck this game. I hated that.
Thank you.
Wait, did you download all the DLC?
Tomar,
How much DLC
I
is
want to
there?
show you the DLC they put out on the first
This
day.
day 1 DLC. Tell me about it.
Check this out,
This
right?
game
Store
reminds me of like a
page.
PS2 game.
Now, look at this, right? You can buy, okay, the soundtrack's fair, but emotes pack
The game lets you spend $3 to make Gollum say "My precious."
Wait, we gotta do that.
I did do that. I bought that.
You did?
No, Tomer, there's more. There's a lore thing that lets you, as you progress, an interactive menu gives you more and more key information about the game's characters. They make you pay
Why
for
wouldn't that be built in?
Yeah, that is
And they
weird.
make you pay for like an exclusive language from the Lord of the Rings to be spoken in the game.
Can I just say that picture down there in the
It just
point
sounds
shop?
like they made the game and then parceled it out and made you pay extra.
There's gotta be some sort of...
That picture in the point shop, I know it's a tree, but it looks like an AI-generated version of Smeagol with like red eyes.
Yeah, I know.
Why is he only eating fish? Why doesn't he eat like feces and stuff?
Feces?
Feces. He is eating feces.
How come
Feces.
Gollum's vision
I
has
guess he is eating
VSync
fish.
issues?
He's eating fish.
After the fish.
Oh yeah.
After the feces.
After the feces.
Oh, that's Shut the f up! I'm trying to hear Gollum. Oh man,
So that is young Gandalf.
Weird.
Actually, it's not young Gandalf. This takes place right around the beginning of the Fellowship, so...
Then why has he got a black beard?
Why does Smeagol have a full head of hair? I don't know.
That was good.
I didn't want to see those frames anyway.
Well, how do I say "my precious"? God damn it! I'm doing it. I'm doing the D-pad. It's not working.
Does he do anything?
He's like,
I did it!
Hey, do it again. D-pad. Oh, maybe it was only one
There's a
time.
long
You have to
cooldown.
pay. You have to pay $2.99 for
To recharge.
I want to do "my precious."
You can't do it all the time, Chris. That's not real.
That's not what you paid
Stops
for.
to be precious after a certain point.
How cool that is.
It wears off.
Gollum isn't even holding. You did it. What'd you press?
Why can you only do it once every 30 seconds?
Does he not have the
It
ring?
really does
What
have a huge.
At Floor & Decor, timeless hardwood is beautiful and affordable. From traditional to trending styles, we can help you bring lasting beauty
Huge
What
cooldown,
the
so you
fuck?
can't
I
mess
gotta
with
figure
it.
that out, dude. What the hell?
You were right. It is a
Special
Gollum
animation
sense.
is down.
That's what I thought.
Why does it only work sometimes? That's my cock.
Wow.
Get ready
playing
for
this
this
game.
setting.
Look at that.
I'm serious. This just reminds me of Dark Souls 3. It's blowing my freaking gourd, dude. Holy fuck!
Right to you.
Fuck you. Fuck you, out of balloon.
Oh no! I'll be honest. The platforming looks kind of fun.
Yeah, look at that.
Even though nothing's.
Oh no! I think you were supposed to. You died. You can't watch him fall any further.
Man, that's
they
that's
should
a
let
little
you watch.
disappointing. We
Why
should
couldn't
see
you
the
see him? I
ragdoll.
was about to say, why couldn't he ragdoll into the pikes?
I would love
Add the
that.
ragdoll, okay?
Developers,
It'll bring your
don't
game
just
up
say
from a 2 to an 8.
it would. It would. If you could see Gollum ragdoll with like the Uncharted cutting the white.
I play
and stuff.
Concerning Hobbits while it happens.
Yeah. Put a clip of what's his name, Bobo Baggins, and going.
Bobo Baggins.
Bobo Baggins. Classic Hobbit Bobo
Wait, what?
Baggins.
Dude, the ring was a birthday gift.
Who gave it to him?
His brother.
The guy he stole it from and murdered.
Is that his skull?
Was he precious?
Wait, I thought it was his brother.
No, it's just his friend,
Oh.
Deagle and Smeagol.
They just happen to have similar sounding names.
Yeah.
Not related.
I think everyone in their town had similar sounding names.
Chris, I think this is what
Oh.
you paid for. They just put a bunch of lore objects around and you interact with them.
I didn't even pay for
Can
the
you
lore
grab
shit.
it?
Oh, okay.
Can you grab the skull?
That was free lore, Corey. Treasure it.
Free.
This one's
Oh, it
free,
just clips to your
guys.
hand.
I love
This
my
one's free.
Gollum sense.
The $8 one is the premium.
It's like
and it has
such
sparkles
autofade.
around it so you can easily find it. Whoa, Chris, go against that wall. What is up with the lighting on your hair?
It just looks good.
No. There's like a red laser in his eye. Someone's gonna shoot Smeagol. Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Is this gonna shoot him?
Yeah, look at the lighting.
Oh my god, what is happening? It's because you turned the quality down.
Yeah, it's
that's
taking
rough.
it's taking shortcuts on the rendering.
It's bad.
Come on, it's just a shader.
That shit looks like you filled it in like MS Paint Modern.
A stupid song. Stupid song.
Chris, you should have done it.
It's pretty good.
And then yeah, Fellowship didn't come out till like 54.
You call it Fellowship?
Fellowship of the
Fellowshitting
Ring
of
was
the
not
best
officially
one.
Nice
published
diss,
till
Tomar.
1954. I did not say Fellowship.
No. How are you supposed to know there'd be a hole
Gollum doesn't
there?
even scream, he just falls.
Yeah.
You never left that cave.
So we never left that
He's being interviewed.
never saw him.
Do you want to look for treasure?
Is that the
Yeah, right
wizard?
now, Gollum's sitting on a folding chair in a dark room.
In Gandalf's podcast.
Oh yeah, that's what it sounds like, right? So this is just Gollum, like bringing back like old memories. Is that what this is? Like he's interviewing.
What would
him?
be the title of Gandalf's podcast?
Wizards and Wigs.
Wizards and Wigs.
That's why he's wearing a wig in this game.
In the movie, Legolas looks up and he says, "Crows from Dunder Mifflin" or some shit.
Dunder Mifflin.
Look it up.
From The Office.
Something like that.
Do you have to swing on the goop?
Crows from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Scranton. Crows from Scranton. Ooh, orcs.
What is Gollum best known for? Riddles. How many riddles have there been in this game so far?
Oh my god.
I love that little
He's so
sound.
happy. Look at his skipping.
Is that Zach? I swear that's Zach screaming in the background.
Put Zach screaming in there.
Scaring Gollum.
Oh, fuck, dude. No, him and his cousin found it in the lake, then he killed his cousin. I think it was his cousin.
gave it to him as a
Wow, you see that? You see those little guys?
I wish they just went crazy with it.
Yeah,
they
they
had
should've-
Gollum like capture dragons and ride them.
I
and
know. They should have just
kill
went
people
crazy.
And they got
Frodo-
GTA with Gollum.
Yes, a GTA with Gollum. Yes.
Gollum
That's the
TA.
Gollum we really need.
Gollum Theft Auto.
You like go up to people and like snap their necks, and you get like an orc police meter where they'll eventually find you and
Pissing
kill
off
you.
Sauron, and then it's like
That would be so sick.
I'll suck you off for free.
Where is this take place?
I have Sauron.
Oh, this is like
Castle.
England.
This is England back in
Oh,
the
it is
day.
ancient England.
This is
yeah.
modern England.
This looks like Outworld from Mortal
It's not
Kombat.
even our same planet. It's
Look.
called Middle Earth.
Yeah, well, in the real world, there's the Middle East. What
It
does
is
that
pretty
tell
crazy
you?
that
I'm Frodo. Look at me.
You're not Frodo.
Gollum just says what's ever on his mind, I guess. Gollum.
I love that quote. Get in here, you bastard.
Throw a rock at him. You have rocks, remember?
You died that easy?
But Gollum can jump around and everything.
Yeah, apparently people are talking about the fact that the main font they use is Calibri.
Oh no, run.
Gollum, go. What are you doing?
Like, I'm not trying to defend this game in any way. It's just...
Oh my god!
He's like borderline Elmo when he talks.
It's so cool.
to go. My name's Gollum.
I gotta get into that.
You could totally jump
I
down
gotta
there.
get in on that.
I gotta get in on this.
Oh my god! There you go!
wait.
Why did they cut so
Yeah,
early?
stop
Cuts
cutting
too
them so
quickly.
early.
Let him burn to
They-
death.
Someone even made like a freaking dying in lava animation.
Yeah,
and
that's
they,
You
like-
could tell the developers really wanted to kill Smeagol, but the game people were like, no, he
He's a
must
rancid
live.
little fool.
oh boy.
Chris, if you jump down there, you'll break your Gollum legs.
Okay, I'll do that.
Careful.
Okay, we're gonna find all 8. We got
The Tasmanian Devil.
We'll never find all 8. I'm pretty sure it's just like a fucking collectathon crap that
Wait,
no
can
one
you
wants.
jump in the lava
I
bubble and
think
it
it's
carries you?
required to beat this
That
part
guy's
of the game.
scratching his ass.
Don't look at that. What are you
That
doing?
wasn't for you.
I can see his bum.
Well, look up there. Got a good look.
Very nice, precious.
Give him a kiss.
I'm going to fuck him so hard.
Your fucking foot is phasing through his cock.
Your reverse kinematics.
Get in the position,
you're
Gollum.
scared. You're terrified.
Daddy, read me a story.
He doesn't know how he feels about it.
I love that.
Fuck me. Fuck it.
Chris, you know what you know what you have to do.
What?
Move your bottom to there.
I'm stuck.
So he's hammering the chisel
so
into it.
chiseling your butt and then say my precious after.
I'm trying.
Try harder.
Well,
You broke the game.
I literally. Oh, fucking thank God.
Thank God for Gollum sense.
It's too hot.
Chris, you're burning your feet.
It's too hot.
Oh.
You're gonna die. It's going down.
Stop.
No!
I just want to see all the ways you could die. It's funny.
That
must be the cracker. The cracker.
That's not a cracker.
Show
That's a
Cracker
barrel,
on
dude.
screen.
Yeah.
Just show Tomar.
No. It's fucking hot in here, though. Can I say that?
Escape.
Corey, you just think it's hot because he fell in the lava.
No,
Oh
it's
my
genuinely
God. It's
fucking
like
hot
a
in here.
Samaritan, Corey. It's not hot in here at all.
Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel
At all.
Aye, aye.
Talk to the old man.
Proceed to smack the old man.
I can't find my grandson Timmy. I saw him.
Have a hand come in and smack him
I
while
saw
he's
him on
talking.
the playground, but now I'm too tired to look at it, and I'm worried he's hungry. Will you please help find him?
No.
Okay.
It's freaking me out.
Hello down now.
He's gonna come full bore sprinting at you,
You can
Chris.
get on the slide.
You wouldn't, would he?
He's sitting ominously, but. Woo. Timmy? Little Timmy!
Are you in here? Fuck you. Was that the game?
Are you serious?
Was that the whole game?
Fuck you! Fuck off! Skip the shit. So stupid.
Fuck you, old man!
I was expecting a game.
Chris, look in the trash can. Maybe little Timmy's in there.
Ooh, candy.
You tried to punch
Oh,
me.
you give it to
bar.
Timmy and he won't gnaw your face
You
off.
won't become a vampire boy?
Yeah.
Better not.
Timmy?
Hey, thanks, mister. Tell my grandpa I'll be there soon.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
Thank you for giving Timmy a snack. Come to think of it, Oh, fuck you! God damn it! Cocksucker! Fucking cocksucker!
That's so dumb. Well, okay, we gotta find the last ending.
How is okay? First of all, when he jumped at you, he didn't have any eyes or mouth. He looked like
What's
one of
up
those.
here? What's up in that?
He looked like a fucking Harlequin baby. Like, what's he gonna do? Gum your face? All right, we got all the endings.
Okay, good job.
We fucking speedran that.
Okay.
But what's that last one? Does that just mean random, or does it actually make you into a...
That was Burger Andy.
These are the most hideous. I hate the future. Are any of these supposed to look cool? Like. No, I don't want to be any of these. What is that?
Be that guy.
Why the fuck would anyone buy this?
Let's pick the worst one.
Stop. Just go in and customize it already then.
Let's pick the worst one to become it.
Okay, here. That's horrible.
That's pretty bad.
That's pretty
That's
good.
pretty.
Yeah, there you go. There's your starting point.
Voice tone, masculine or
It's
feminine?
just two voices.
Really feminine.
Wait.
Yeah, there you go.
Her style. No. We have to have that.
You're counting this as a
that
bad
one you gotta
game?
keep.
Those. Oh, it like slowly morphs into it. Can I
Yeah,
not turn you around?
Yeah,
or
it like
anything?
it tweens between them. It's kind of nice looking, I think.
Give him a nice Tomar right there.
What do you mean a nice
my God.
Tomar?
I don't think that's the truth either.
No, this guy comes up doing the future. What do you do?
Shake his hand and.
Yeah, give him big yellow grills.
Yeah, give him scurvy.
Long or short nails.
Give him
Short,
scurvy.
long. I like
Yeah,
long.
long witch nails. Make this guy.
Nail color. We'll
Well,
make
you
him.
can give it a cool pattern, like you give him ska. Yeah, give him ska nails. Yes.
Do a fire! Yeah, I'm in the future. Yeah, make it fire. I love fire. This makes me grab things faster.
Skulls. I do like the skulls. It's so cool.
The skulls plus the fire and the nails will repel any wrongdoers who want to harm us.
You can show a flaccid on YouTube, right?
No.
Then how come people can do joking videos?
Because it's educational, Tomar. It's educational to watch a guy go, oh.
I heard that if you give your character a circumcision, you're like ostracized in the world.
Really?
Apparently.
I did give my character circumcision. Jews like myself all get circumcised when we're like, I think it's 6 or 7 days old.
I'm gonna get circumcised tomorrow just to prove a point.
Nice. Can I do it?
Okay, but you gotta suck the blood out of my penis after.
That part really is fucked. Like I learned about that and I'm pretty sure that is real.
Israel.
It is real. Like, does that mean this? It means that some weird old man must have put his mouth on my cock when I was a baby. I don't even want to think about that.
Ew.
The future really does suck. Just taking one look at that.
He's got ears like that yellow guy from Sin City. The lighting in this game is really cool, though. You gotta admit that. Whoa, what the fuck's going on? Are those little palm trees I'm looking at?
Yeah, that's definitely busted. That's like outside or something.
Wait, what? What are you saying?
See those palm trees in the middle just appearing.
Oh, that's what that is? I thought that was like a...
Sorry.
That's a ghost.
I'm just trying to open this
I can't stop looking at those trees.
It's very distracting. This is how you start off a game. You have people sitting in a booth for 15 minutes.
I agree.
He looks like Sam Harris.
Agreed, says I and V.
Can we go do something fucking fun now?
Yeah, oh, yes! At least you can still do that.
Whoa! You can't walk through me. Oh my god.
Whoa.
She looked right into my soul.
That's fucking scary. Get away from this person.
That's so realistic that a waitress would walk up to me in a restaurant and stare in my eyes.
Look right in your eyes for about 10 seconds.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on.
Have some class,
Have
man.
some decency.
I'm role-playing.
It's the future. It's not me, it's the character. It's what the character would do. Insta food. Cool. That exists now. It's just called a vending machine.
What did we just say?
No.
This game rocks. This is the future. The police are so freaking good at their jobs. Any game that paints the police in a good light is getting a 0 from me.
If you imply that police officers have souls, I will personally cry. What if this guy threw up on your face and just went onto the camera?
That guy?
No, the guy above you. Like, you remember the part in The Click where Christopher Walken goes, "I'm the angel of death."
I'm the angel.
I'm the angel of the damn thing.
Okay.
I think he has robot eyes.
Welcome, I am from the year 2077.
Welcome, I am in the year 2020.
I am in the futuristic elevator in the year 2077.
2020.
Oh.
Alright, so I'm getting a little tired.
Hiya, take that.
Oh, look at the future toilet.
Beborp, we are the ice people.
I'm probably gonna come back later today, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. Bye bye.